Yeah, let's get it on. Y'all know what day it is. Act up. It's time for us to be who we are. Hopefully, everybody having a beautiful day today. Turned out to be really nice. It was nice and cool in the AM, and then now it's nice and warm outside. It's a beautiful day outside, and it's a beautiful day. And my goodness, the rim bros was acting up. Why was they acting up? Ah, man, I had such a good time. Hopefully, y'all enjoyed last night. It got heated, it got good. Great conversation. Shout out to everybody, man. It was good. I enjoyed myself. I enjoy cooking people up, man. I enjoy getting the people that don't know how to act right. I enjoy getting them straightened because a lot of them need some straightening. Good day, beautiful. How you doing? A lot of them need some straightening. And last night the chat was going crazy. They was wilding out. What's wrong with them? We understand. Because I don't waste no time. I know other people they need to do. They gotta wait for the people to come in. I look at it like this. Hey, you rock with me, then you know I starts on time. I get straight to it. I start to whooping ass like a goddamn jockey. Hitting that horse ass right out the gate, goddamn it. That's what I am. I'm a goddamn jockey. I start whooping ass out the gate. Let's go. How you doing, Miss Hall? Royce up, you feel me? That's good, Roy Sam. Make sure y'all hit that like and that share button for the YouTube algorithm. That's how we're gonna get our SBG group back into the swing of things. YouTube is attempting to hold us down, but no, you can't hold me. Can't let you hold me down. It's not gonna happen. Not on my watch. We're gonna make sure the truth get out there and be heard. Because the truth has been missing for a good 3 months. I don't know what was missing. I don't know who wasn't around in those 3 months, but for some reason, the past 3 months, things been getting a little wild. That's all. I don't know why they come for me because like they could go with all their lies. And we understand when anytime a man is trying to call a man a part of a certain community, that's because that man is straight as hell. That's the real problem with him. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. And they don't have no defense for the truth. The problem is that when I speak the truth, for some reason, it's like a slap to their face. And I love telling the truth. Every time I speak the truth, it's like daddy gotta smack that ass. All right. But yesterday we was having a conversation, and it was just so interesting to me. Hold on 1 second. Hey, what's up, cuz? Uh, uh, I gotta try to send it maybe to your email. Right. You know what I would do is I'm gonna drop the link in the chat and just hit on the chat, and I just won't let anybody else up. Nah. This is for one person only. That person know who they are. If it ain't you, if you don't know it's you, then it ain't you. That person know who it is. I dropped the link. It's in the chat. So as we get to it, I don't understand for the life of me how they could start off so good and be like, yeah, men are supposed to be this. And then they get so upset at me because I'm speaking from a true man's perspective. They keep thinking that because women agree with my perspective, that is a female perspective. That is one of the weirdest things I ever noticed. That is so strange to me. Just because women agree with my perspective does not mean I am speaking from a woman's perspective. I'm just speaking the truth. I'm speaking through my honest observations. That's what I am doing. And for some reason, they do not know how to do that. Welcome to the show. Good day, Cuzzo. What it do? How you doing?
Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love, Cuzzo. Am I coming through clear? Can you hear me?
I can hear you well.
Yeah, man. What's been going on? Long time. You know what I'm saying? Since, YouTube seen me live. So I just wanted to show some love, man, and, show some support. And then also react to the show you had a little bit yesterday, man, because I didn't get to a lot of it because I kind of been, I've been busy, man. I've been real busy. So I was listening to just like the first topic y'all had, right? Yeah, man. Yo, listen, peace and love to everybody out there. I'm not in the chat. I don't know who's still rocking with you, Cuzzo, but obviously we gotta say peace and love to all the queens, man.
Got to.
I don't know what queens are still out there, man, but peace and love to all y'all, man. I wish y'all nothing but Godspeed, prosperity, and nothing but, you know what I'm saying, good energy, man. Good positive energy. You know what I'm saying? I see it's me, Dr. G, in the building. Peace and love to you, Queen. I see TKMC. That's TKMC. Yo,
Yeah.
peace and love to you, Queen. Just highlight all the queens real quick, man, so I can give my salutations to all the queens like I normally do. You know what I'm saying? Just highlight them, put them on the screen, man, so I could, acknowledge them. Who that right there on the screen, Cuzzo?
That's Miss Hall.
Miss Hall, peace and love to you, Queen. I wish nothing but the best for you. Who that on the screen, Cuzzo?
That's Anya Bracy.
Oh, peace and love to you. That's my cousin. Peace and love to the first lady of SBG. Peace and love to you, Queen. Who that right there, Cuzzo?
That's Black Beauty Gaming right there. That's Black
Beauty Gaming. Peace and love to you, Queen. Nothing but the best. You know what I'm saying? Who else we got? We got any more queens out there, Cuzzo?
That's the only one.
Queens out there? Because you see,
anything.
Okay, man. My salutations to all the queens, all the new queens that's rocking with Cuz. Listen, I know a lot of these bozos are coming on YouTube and they not really real men acknowledging women out there and showing chivalry, just showing that they are lovers of women, right? And giving them their flowers. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these busters, they getting on YouTube, they giving men all the flowers. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. The lovers of men phenomenon, we got to put an end to it right now. And what y'all going to understand about the SBG family, we lovers of women. You know what I'm saying? We got love for men too, but we understand decorum. We understand how men are supposed to treat women. right? One of the things we don't do, we don't compare ourselves to women. We don't compete with women, right? We don't put our woman down. We lift our woman up. You know what I'm
Mm,
saying? We don't talk down on our woman. We don't cuss our woman out. We don't call our woman out of her name. That's
mm,
not even written down in our family code. You know what I'm saying? So you're not gonna see that's coming from Brownsville.
mm,
All you're gonna see coming from Brownsville is nothing but love, nothing but props, nothing but good energy. And I'm gonna make sure y'all know when y'all hit the panels, y'all gonna know y'all seen, y'all gonna be heard, and y'all gonna be respected. That's
mm,
gonna be no tolerance policy to those bozos who wanna get up on YouTube, get up on the internet, get up on public platforms and disrespect our queens. We not having it.
abs-
And if y'all bozos listen, I know y'all been having free range on YouTube and the internet
mm,
and all of this red pill, incel, manosphere, no good stuff, sucker crap that y'all are into, this lover of men, philosophy,
mm,
ideology. All that stuff is not going to be tolerated here, my brothers. So y'all need to get it right, check yourself, get it together, get over the grief that you going through because your relationships didn't work out, you didn't hold your end of the bargain, or
mm,
maybe the queen you was with didn't hold up her end of the bargain.
mm,
However, you gotta find the strength within yourself to rise above
mm,
whatever you went through, right? And stop taking your frustrations and your insecurities and your bad karma out on the women of the world who had nothing to do with your hurt and pain, my brother.
mm,
You ain't gotta live in that. You don't
mm.
gotta become an incel just because a woman hurt you in the past.
Woo.
You ain't gotta put women down just because you went through things trying to find a good woman.
Mm,
What I heard yesterday, Cuzzo, was crazy. It was bananas. And I believe the first question you asked them brothers, right? And what I mean them brothers, I'm talking about some kings. You know what I'm saying? Peace
mm,
and love to the kings too. We show respect to the kings over here as well. Salute to all the kings in the building. But listen, y'all not gonna get individual shout outs from Brownsville, right?
mm,
Because y'all gotta get it together. You know what I'm saying? Because in this new era, y'all expect women to give y'all flowers. Y'all expect women and men to give y'all boxes of candies and things like that on Valentine's Day and all that crazy stuff. I gotta get y'all out of that, right? Because if you're a strong man, you don't need to be personally acknowledged every single moment, right? Because once you fulfilled your purpose and you in the process of fulfilling your purpose, every room you go into, you're gonna command and demand that respect. And it don't have to be orated. You already know how men deal with you, that they respect you, right?
mm.
You don't gotta ask for it. You don't gotta expect it. Just be who you say you are, and you won't be disrespected. That's from kings and queens. But
Mm,
when it comes to the ladies, right? We understand as men, it is our job to be the providers. It is our job to be the protectors. It is our job to show the example of what a man is supposed to be, right?
mm,
And if
mhm,
we're going to be a living embodiment of that example, we got to lift the woman up. Not just
mm,
the woman that you love, not just the woman that's in your personal space, but every single woman you come in contact with. Every time a woman comes in contact with you, King, she should know she's in the presence of a strong man. But if you ain't a strong man and you a weak man, then you're gonna act like those bozos who are in the incel, red pill,
mm.
manosphere community, the no good sucker community, and you're gonna be coming on internet and public platforms disrespecting women and making a mockery of yourself
Mm.
and not showing the proper respect. So don't get upset with me. What I need y'all to do is take a long look in the mirror,
Mm.
right? And realize that you are somebody. And just because you might have failed yesterday, just because you might
Mm.
have failed today, guess what? You can dust yourself off, get right back to it, and you can get it together and be successful tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? But you got to get rid of that negative energy. And Cuzzo always say, listen, all you got to do, walk a little bit this way. walk a little bit that way, do 2 push-ups a day to start, right? Because guess what? You're gonna build that endurance. You're gonna build that muscle mass, muscle memory, and all of those things that it's gonna take for you to get to the 15, the 20, the 50, the 100 push-ups. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna get to the 2, 3, 4, 5 miles, whatever you gotta do. You're gonna get there, but you gotta try. You gotta start first, right? So listen, Cuzzo, when it comes to your show last night, what disappointed me with those brothers, Israel Mills, Izzy Bands, and DJ Witch Doctor, right, is that they approached the conversation as weak men. That's how they approach the conversation. Cause you know I don't pull no punches. You know what I'm saying? I don't handle these dudes with kid gloves on here. I call it exactly how I see it, right? Because men have to get used to being able to take corrective criticism, man. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to always be 100 on everything you do. Sometimes you're going to make some mistakes. And sometimes you got to go ahead and acknowledge, hey, I took an L today, but guess what? I'm going to acknowledge that I took an L today, and I'm going to do my due diligence to make sure I don't take another L tomorrow, right? But those 2 brothers, they represented themselves as weak men yesterday, right? And all I seen was the first topic.
Damn.
That's all I seen was the
The
first
second
topic.
one is even crazier. It's even
I didn't
wilder.
even get to the second one, cuz listen, the first question you asked those brothers, right? You asked them, you said, and I don't know if you asked them or DJ Witch Doctor asked them or how it went, but I know the question was, do men or women pick good or bad women or men, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was something along those lines. Correct me if I'm wrong. What was
Right.
the
Yeah.
first question?
Those are on those lines. Yeah.
Right. And you approached the question correctly, right?
Mm.
Because what you said was, hey, it's the men who chooses the woman, right?
Mm.
You even brought up the good book. You even brought up the scripture. And I know Izzy Bands understood what you were saying because he nodded his head. Like, correct. You brought up Proverbs 18 and 22. He who finds a wife
Mm.
finds a good thing, right?
Mm. Mm.
They didn't have no rebuttal for that. They didn't
None.
say, well, no, this scripture right here talks about the woman's responsibility to find a man. I didn't hear that rebuttal, right?
Mm-mm.
So they accepted your original premise, right?
Mm.
That he who finds a wife finds a good thing. So it's not about a woman choosing a man. It's about a man choosing a woman.
Mm.
Because the reason why I say they approach the conversation as weak men, because even though they accepted your premise, right?
Mm.
They still tried to put it off and pawn it off on a woman.
Crazy.
That was crazy to me, right? They even said, well, you know, woman is choosing the wrong men. Even though they agreed with what you said, they still put it off on a woman, right? And what happens is the reason why weak men do that is because weak men have a difficult time overcoming the hurt and pain that they
Mm.
endured. And I'm talking about in a relationship sense. And when I talk about weakness, I'm not talking about physical weakness, right? Because I know those brothers gonna probably get up here and say, well, Brownsville called me weak, and I'll do this and this XYZ. They gonna get to all this tough stuff. No, listen, I ain't talking no tough stuff, man, because I don't gotta do that, right? When I say y'all approach the conversation as weak men, what I'm talking about is emotionally and mentally,
Mm.
and also spiritually, right? Because if you would have approached it with strength, you would
Ooh.
have not only accepted the premise, but you would have elaborated off of that premise, right? Would say,
Mm.
yes, men need to take accountability when it comes to finding a good woman, right?
Mm.
Because we are the ones that are constantly in demand. Now, if you're married, you've already won. you're out of the game, essentially, right? Me and you, cuz we're out of the game. We already won the relationship situation, right?
Mm.
You've been married over a decade.
Yes.
I've been married over 2 decades, right?
Mm.
So we approach those kind of conversations as winners, right?
Mm.
But cuz I got a question to ask you.
Okay.
Is DJ Witch Doctor married?
He is not.
Is Israel Mills married?
His spiritual application has been broken.
So is he married or not?
He is not.
Okay, therefore, right? So they are approaching the conversation as, and I'm just gonna, be frank with it. They're approaching the conversation as losers,
Woo.
right? Because I'm sure if you was to ask those brothers, and I don't know if you did later on in the conversation or not, but I'm sure if you would have asked those brothers, hey, what went wrong with the woman that you chose?
Mm.
See, Cuzzo, when we're on the internet, right, and we're having these conversations, we need to have them in good faith and honesty, right? And we shouldn't be representing nobody but ourselves, right? So I can't speak for anybody else out there but Brownsville,
Ooh.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So when I'm speaking about anything, I'm speaking about my experience with whatever topic we're talking about. I'm not speaking on your experience, Cuzzo. You
Mm.
have way more experience in construction than I do, right?
Mm.
So when we're having a conversation about construction, I'm gonna let you speak about it, right? And I'm
Mm.
gonna speak about it in the sense of being a homeowner, in the sense
Ooh.
of hiring somebody to build my house from the ground up.
Mm.
Because that's the extent of my experience when it comes to construction, right? But you've been on the other side in the workings of construction, so you can build upon that topic a little more.
Mm.
Now that don't make me weak if I'm deferring to you and your
Mm.
expertise in a situation.
Right.
That just makes me smart.
Mm.
And I feel like DJ Witch Doctor and Israel Mills should have just deferred that topic to you and
Woo.
acknowledge, well, hey, Sharon, you're the only one here who actually won in this relationship situation. So maybe we should let you lead the conversation and talk about what it takes to become a winner.
Mm.
What did you vet for? What did you look for in a woman? And how did you get into a situation to where it became sustainable and to where it became successful,
Mm.
right? But instead, what they wanted to do
What they
was
want?
down talk women and make
Damn.
it seem like it was the women who were making the bad choices when it comes to the men.
Crazy.
And that's ridiculous to me, right? That's ridiculous to me. No,
Absolutely.
listen, talk from your own experience. Don't talk from experience of a woman.
Woo. That was
Talk
crazy.
from experience of a man. If you a man,
That
men don't talk from women, perspectives. You know what I'm saying? I'm just being honest, right?
bar.
Men talk from experience of men, right?
Mm.
So I can't tell you what women do or don't do when it comes to finding a good man, right? I can give advice and say, well, hey, as a woman, you got to show a little bit more discernment.
Mm.
Maybe show a little bit more patience
Mm.
in the way you're moving with the man, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look for the value within him. Is
Mm.
he honest? Does he have integrity?
Mm.
Is he loyal?
Mm.
Is he faithful?
Damn.
Is he hardworking? Is he disciplined?
What?
Is he ethical?
What?
Is he a go-getter?
Come on.
Right? Because that's what we can do when it comes to advising a woman, because as men, we know the pitfalls out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when it comes to actually finding a mate, we have to speak from a perspective of what a man should do, right?
Oh.
Now, Israel Mills talked about, well, the first thing a man do or a man does when he picks a woman is he's looking at her aesthetics,
Mm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
So with that, Cuzzo, that was a very weak argument, a very weak opening to the topic. And the reason why it was weak, because it just shows why maybe his situations failed.
Woo.
You know what I'm saying? Because he was looking at the aesthetics, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cuzzo, you know, that's not a recipe for success
No.
for men, is to look only at the aesthetics or look at the aesthetics for a long duration. No,
Yeah.
the aesthetics is what catches our eye. He was correct on that, right? But what catches your eye shouldn't also be the same reason why you pick them.
Woo! Talk
That's
to
where he
him.
went wrong, because there's a difference. There's a difference when a woman catches your eye. Now, once she catches your eye and then you introduce yourself, now you got to get beyond the aesthetics.
Mm.
And what you should be vetting for is what type of value she's going to be able to add to your life.
Right.
Is she loyal? Does she have characteristics that will make her a great mother?
Bar.
Does she have characteristics that will make her a great wife?
Another bar.
Does she have intelligence?
Mm.
Does she have discipline?
Woo.
Is she faithful? Is she a modest woman?
Mm.
You know, these are the things that you should be getting to beyond the aesthetics before you decide to pick and choose that woman, right?
Mm.
But when you just go off the aesthetics and then you pick and choose that woman right off of that, that's where you've made your first mistake.
Damn.
That's where you made your fatal flaw.
Yeah.
And that's when you'll end up in a broken situation, right? So I think those brothers were speaking from a perspective of brokenness,
Shit.
which is probably their experience,
Mm.
which is why they were speaking like that,
Mm.
which is why I called it weakness, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Because I'm not going to enter into a construction conversation acting like I'm an expert in it. I'm
Bar.
not going to really say much. I'm going to tell you my experience, and then I'm going to concede the floor to you,
Right.
because you've actually built a successful construction business,
Right.
right? So I'm going to let you educate the people on all of the ins and outs on being successful within the construction realm.
Mm.
Now, when it comes to building a house from the ground up and hiring people, contractors and things like that to build a house from the ground up, those are the kind of conversations I can contribute to.
Woo.
But if I can't contribute to a conversation from the aspect of actually being successful in it,
Mm.
then the only thing I can contribute to it is how I failed.
Woo.
Because I gotta go, but I'm gonna come back.
Awesome. Appreciate you, Cuzzo. Cuzzo had to come up and cook real quick. If anybody's in the audience, I believe the link is still in the chat. It is all good. If y'all got some disagreements with the Cuzzo, you got some disagreements with me, it is all good. I'll drop it for you one more time for all my people. I've seen a couple of players that are not afraid to hop on camera, not afraid to voice their opinion. You are more than welcome. Anything that you heard, you want to talk about, we could get into it. It is all good. Shout out to T Baller Room with the 2 ball. He said, Panda. Shout out to Black TV. What's good? He says all love. I appreciate that, Black TV. I really do. I really appreciate both of y'all being so generous and showing some love. And make sure y'all do the same thing as we cooking up, as we speaking our minds, as we getting the conversations out, as we giving our personal expertise on situations. And last night's situation was very interesting. It was. We're gonna review some of that because it is Foolery Friday, by the way. We might as well get into it. Corinne, did you see the craziness that happened last night? It was absolutely insane. They try to act like I was over talking them, which was crazy. And then I got a whole bunch of men all up in their VVs. They don't know how to act. They always got some pushback to say, but they never actually say what's their pushback, which is the craziest part to me. If you have pushback over the words I say, then okay, let's have a conversation about the words that I am communicating to the people. But I am going to always push out the truth as I know it. Peas no nicks. Hopefully I'm saying your name right. Shout out to you. I'm always going to speak the truth through my trials and my tribulations as I slipped up way back in the days. See, one thing they always try to do to a man that is becoming a better version of himself, because that's the only thing that you can do is become a better version of yourself day to day. It is a forever working process. Shout out to Royce M. The recipe in construction, also you could say in life, because construction is very linked to life situations. The recipe in construction is be known for doing good work, just like in real life. You need to be known for doing good work, having professionalism, being known as dependable, being known as trustworthy. All those things that you got to be good in, and construction also works in life as well. Yes, you should be a professional husband. One of the things that a professional husband would do, Jay, in the booth, is not cheat on this goddamn woman and try to act like everything is okay. Like when his wife is going crazy, say, and she start to recognize that your schedule is not scheduling anymore. Used to be home at a certain time. Used to be doing this at a certain time. Now, all of a sudden, you got a brand new schedule. All of a sudden, you ain't talking to me the same. All of a sudden, you're not looking at me the same. All of a sudden, you ain't, doing that the same. And then you try to act like she's crazy, even though she's recognizing the new shift that you are doing and that new energy that keeps walking in the house, because you are dragging that negative energy from that woman because you know you're doing wrong. So that's why that energy comes into the house all negative. She can't put a finger on it, but something seems different. You move around the house a little strange. You always got your phone face down now. You move a little different. You speak a little different. You take showers more than you usually take. You think your woman don't recognize you, but she does. And then when she starts to get suspicious, you go back to your homies. You're like, I don't know what's wrong with her. She's crazy. You want to even gas like your friends, and then your dumbass friends will be like, word, son, she don't know what you're doing. She don't know that you're cheating, even though you're cheating, and she's suspicious of it, but she don't know, though. You sound like a boy. This is the conversations y'all be having. Yo, my girl tripping. Why is she tripping? She out here think I'm cheating. All you gotta do is the next question. Are you? Yeah, I am cheating, but she don't know. Clearly, something is off in the house. Something is off in how you are moving. She is recognizing something. But you gonna act like she crazy. Cody, I ain't snitching on no. These men be snitching on their damn self, Cody. That's all you got. These men are so stupid. They snitch on themselves. I don't have to do it for them. They come in the house smelling like flowers and ish. They going to the same mall his wife going to. He going to the barbecues that he know his wife and the other wives know his wife, and he's going to that barbecue with the new shorty. Like the other wives ain't gonna be like, girl, you better. He's snitching on himself, walking proud and loud with the new chick, thinking that he's sneaky. He gets so comfortable that he snitch on himself. Because he can't keep up with the lies that he's been telling. This is what's wrong with him. And when we was having a conversation yesterday, just like Cuzzo was saying, they was in the approach all wrong. Any woman that you're talking to, usually she should be in your your range of what you like in a woman. If you like anywhere between a 7 to a 4 or a 7 to a 3, or 7 to a 5, whatever it is, that's the range you should be hollering at a girl. And after that, you should not be just stuck on, oh, I can't wait to stick my peen in her. And that's where a lot of men go wrong. They are only in it for the physical part. They try to act like they're not. You can hear it with their weak ass conversations. A lot of these men be out here, they don't even know how to start a conversation. They are socially awkward. I wonder why. All they know how to do is talk about themselves. They don't know how to have a back and forth. They will cut you off. They will assume the things you're going to say before you actually say it. Because they're not really interested in what the other person is saying. All he is interested in is conquering that vagina. That's the only thing he's interested in. So he could go and brag to his friends and say, oh, look at the girl that I got. What up, big dog barking? That's what he's trying to do. He just want to brag and tell his friends how much he put his penis out of a woman. He's not even really busting the woman down for himself. That's the crazier part about it, Cody. They're not even really busting the woman down for himself. He really busted the woman down so he could go talk to his friends about it. Most of these men are literally kissing and telling because they are so surprised whenever they get some cooch. That's why they on that, man. When I was young, I used to get all the bitches. Then another one come on, yeah, me too. I used to get all of them too. I mean, I was an A1 college athlete. I got all the bitches. Yeah, I was out there in the street, big dog. I was out there slanging and banging. I was getting all the bitches. It don't matter what circle, what show you go on. All of the men that is on the panel, they always get all of the bitches. It's crazy. That was a good point, Cody. If all these men get all of the bitches, where is all these incels at? We know y'all ain't getting them, bro. We could tell by how angry y'all get every time we have a conversation. We can tell that y'all have a strong disdain for women because every time a woman speaks, it hurts your heart. Anytime a man speaks and women agrees with that man, it hurts your soul. It's like they're like, God damn it, Sharon, why are you slapping me with all this goddamn truth and honesty? Because I don't play, Cody. I'm like a goddamn, I'm a jockey. You feel me, Smitty's Corner? I'm a jockey. I start whooping ass right out the gate. Rah, rah. I don't play. I don't have no kid gloves. I ain't collaring no man. I'm just like a jockey. I be whooping ass right out the gate, bro. I don't got no time to play with y'all. Shit. What up, A-Dub? I ain't bringing it to that. I'm just letting you know. When those men be trying to come from me, I start whooping ass out the gate. I'm a jockey. What's up, Travel One? What? Shout out to my guy. Hold on.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to my guy Kasim being so generous. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. Women are incredibly intuitive when it comes to detecting whether or not a man is present with them. If a man is inconsistent or distracted with someone else, she will sense that 100%. Here go the confirmation. We sure are. What's up, beloved? And this is the thing that really upsets them, is that when they encounter men that just understands what the opposite sex is thinking as well. This is probably why a lot of men that do understand both, we understand ourselves and we also understand our partners around. We also listen to other women without it being that I need some sex from you, right? We just listen to the other human being. We treat you as a human being. I don't want nothing physical from you, man or woman. And when you have a listening capability, you start to understand humans. It doesn't matter if you agree with them or not, but you understand them. And then once you can understand human beings, then you can come to some mutual ground. And a lot of these men are fighting that mutual ground. If you would just pay attention to what women actually need and want, your relationships will be better as well. Because for some reason, they believe that they are the only ones in the relationship. And whatever they do for that woman, she needs to just be appreciative of that, Dawn. It doesn't work that way. It gotta go. Just like these men, it gotta go both ways. Let me do my Dr. Umar. Just like these men that love and understand it needs to go both ways, just like you men. We know it's a bunch of you men go inside your wife's closet and leave that closet and come out with your wife's wig on. It's okay. No judgment. Do what you need to do. If it makes you happy. Because I'm happy. Let me bring my cousin back. I've been playing his music again, goddamn. Hold on. Good day, Cuzzo. You back? You're a little choppy. I think the reception no bueno. Dawn, what you missed? You missed yesterday. You missed last night. Nonsense. They was trying to cook me up. They was trying to talk crazy about me in the chat just because I was speaking the truth. And you know how some of these men, they feel like getting the truth spoken to them is a slap in the face. And so we're gonna, while Cuzzo get his reception good. What up, Victorious One? This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna play a little bit of the video. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna play a little bit of the video so we can see what was going on there. Here we go. Let's see. We're gonna go to a certain spot in the show. Maybe the spot is good. Full screen. Yeah, let's do that. All right, let's go. A lot of times the men are the ones that's choosing the wrong one because they are the ones chasing the woman. So they are choosing the woman first. And they the one that's going to initiate usually. In this day and age, it might start to change. Hey, shifting a little bit. But even in this day and age, they the ones that shooting the DM first and attacking the woman and gaining the woman's interest first. So they are the ones that's doing the choosing. And a lot of times they are choosing the woman for the wrong reasons. They choose it because of aesthetics and nothing to do with any kind of character or compatibility. They're not bringing nobody to their mother or their father. They just out there slanging and banging until they do it long enough. They say, hey, I guess we're in a relationship now.
Right. No.
So before they disagree, this is absolutely true. Most of these men are not going into a lot of the men that we have in conversations with, and the ones that are horrible at, the ones that have social awkwardness. They say it all the time. They was just hanging out with a girl until they started doing the do, and then eventually they went into living with each other, and then eventually they wound up having a child together, and now they've been with each other for about 2 to 5 years. That's what really be going on. They don't have no actual plan for that young lady at all. It
yo,
just
cuzzo,
happens.
can you hear me?
Now I can hear you good. Yes.
Yeah, man. I was getting a little bit of bad reception. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm back, man. I wanted to further elaborate on what I was saying in terms of that first topic in the conversation you had, because that's all I heard. But that's all I needed to hear, to realize that these men got to do better when we're having these conversations on public platforms. Right. Represent yourself as who you are. And when it came to that specific question about what a man or a woman need to do to choose a commitment when it comes to a partner, right? The first thing that should have been accepted, and it was, is that when it comes to a relationship between a man and a woman, it is the man's responsibility and his responsibility only to choose the woman. We not going to reinvent the wheel now in 2025.
No.
It's been that way historically, and it will continue to be that way. It's not going to change, right? No. He who finds a wife,
what he do?
Finds a good thing, right? And women are looking for men who are looking for wives. Let me say this again. Women are looking for men who are looking for wives, right? Because we got to understand, when it comes to this relationship marketplace, right? It is the men who set the supply and demand, right? So men, we have a demand. We have different things that we expect of women, right? And women, they're trying hard to fulfill those things and be an embodiment of those things. So when the situation goes haywire, it is because the man demanded a certain thing, right? When you find women in strip clubs, women, you know, in the escort, you know what I'm saying, situations.
Right.
Women who are, you know, enthralled in that type of a lifestyle, it is because that's the current demand that they are finding that men want, right? Women on OnlyFans, right? OnlyFans is profitable for a reason, cuzzo. It ain't the woman who paying those subscriptions. You know what I'm saying? It's the men. So if you want less women on OnlyFans, then how about you delete your OnlyFans account? I'm willing to guarantee this, cuzzo. If each and every man in this world decided to delete his OnlyFans account, I'm willing to guarantee you OnlyFans will cease to exist.
Done.
So let's approach these conversations honestly, right? Because when you're trying to label a woman a bad woman, what you failing to acknowledge is the reason why she went a certain way is because a man demanded that. So the conversation should have been led by you, because you are the only man that was involved in that conversation that actually has a current standing, successful, committed relationship, right? Because that's what we're talking about here, right? We're not just talking about, you know, trying to, you know, have one night stands and different innuendos with women and just casually dating women and all those different kind of things. Was that the basis of your conversation, cuzzo?
Say it again.
the basis, the foundation of your conversation was, what do men and women go wrong when it comes to finding a committed relationship, finding a
Absolutely.
good partner, suitable partner for a committed relationship, right?
Absolutely.
Right. So if we're talking about that, we should be talking from our own experience. That's number one, right? And we should unilaterally accept the premise that it is the men who responsible for finding the woman.
Absolutely.
Right? And I believe Israel Mills, he accepted that premise. I don't know if DJ Witch Doctor did, so I really can't speak from what he did, but I know Israel Mills was shaking his head when
Absolutely.
you gave them Proverbs 18 and 22. He who finds a wife finds a good thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that shows that, yes, the responsibility and the accountability falls on the man to find a good woman, right? Now, once you accept that premise, what would have made me look at those men as strong men is if they will approach the conversation honestly now. So if the premise is he who finds a wife finds a good thing, and we're going to concede that it is actually the responsibility of a man to find a good woman, now we got to speak from our own experience from that standpoint, right? So what I expected to hear from both DJ Witch Doctor and Israel Mills is what went wrong or what went right in your pursuit of finding a good woman. That's what I wanted to hear, because if you are a man who's talking about this topic and you're coming from the experience of not being successful in it, then that's what you need to contribute to it. Does that make sense, Cuzzo?
That makes 100% sense.
Right. So what I expected to hear from Israel Mills and DJ Witch Doctor is, did you do something wrong to find a woman? And what were the results of the pursuit? And I believe Israel Mills was telling on himself a little bit, right? Because he said, hey, the number one thing a man does when he chooses a woman is he looks at the aesthetics. Right? That's a no-go.
No-go.
We need all men to understand that you don't look for the aesthetics to go beyond when it comes to choosing a woman. The aesthetics is what catches your eye.
Right.
You don't choose her based off of that. That's what allows you to, or motivates you to have a conversation with the woman, to introduce yourself to the woman. It's the aesthetics. Is she aesthetically pleasing? Right? Yes, he's correct on that. But that's not how a successful man, a strong man, a diligent man, a man of integrity, he's not going to choose a woman based upon her aesthetics. Because we both have personal experience, and when we did that, those relationships failed.
Bar.
And
we learned from that
have
lesson.
an honest conversation about that, right? And say, yeah, when I chose a woman and I was just looking at the aesthetics and I was just infatuated with her body and infatuated with her skin and her smile and how she looked, and oh my God, she was the most beautiful woman I ever saw. I was just mesmerized by that. I failed to vet the value that she could possibly bring to my life beyond just looking beautiful.
That's
because we all know beauty fades. You might be beautiful today, but 20, 30 years from now, you're going to have to do a lot to, sustain that same type of beauty. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is.
It is.
Right? We all know that. You know what I'm saying? That's why women go through different cosmetic, transformations, and, they do different augmentations to their body because they're trying to maintain a certain aesthetic look. And usually the women who do that, they're doing it because the men they have encountered have demanded that. That's what they were looking for, right? Because I said, you know, men, we are trying to find wives, and we should be trying to find wives. We should be dating with intention, right? But the honest conversation we need to have, Cuzzo, is that's not how all men are approaching the conversation.
They are not.
If these men be honest and be honest, you know what I'm saying? If you're not looking for a committed relationship, then say that. Say, listen, I'm not looking for no commitment. I just want to play the field. I just want to have a good time. You know what I'm saying? But all of that comes to an end too. That's why there's a lot of men who are dying alone. Woo! A lot of men right now are in hospital beds. Woo! They're in nursing homes. Woo! They're in situations to where, because they didn't vet properly and they weren't looking for a woman, they were just looking to have a good time. Now they're in a situation where they're by themselves. They don't have nobody to hold them down. They don't have the money no more that pays for those, you know, services that they were looking for. And now they SOL and they dependent upon the children that they've procreated into this world. And now they want the children to do everything for them.
Absolutely.
And it's just a sad situation. You know what I'm saying? Because if you would have did the right thing, if you would have had some discipline, if you would have approached the situation with some logic, since y'all always say men are so logical, right? If you would have approached it with logic, you would have looked beyond the beauty, beyond the aesthetics, and looked at the characteristics of a woman that would make her a keeper.
Yeah.
Is she faithful? Simple. Is she loyal? Is she intelligent? Right? Is she patient? Is she does she have potential to be a good mother?
Right.
How does she treat her family?
Bar.
How does she keep her home where she's staying at? If you go in there and you see stuff all over the place, then you know she's living in an unstable type of situation, or she's lacking some type of discipline.
Good point.
Maybe something's going on in there that needs to be fixed first.
I like
Let's
it.
have real conversations about these topics, man, and stop just having this sugar-coated conversation, these talking points on YouTube, these Rim Brother type conversations to where we just want to automatically just put all the blame on a woman. That's crazy.
It's absolutely insane. I think what another part that was absolutely mind-blowing to me is that when I started talking and I told them I only can speak from a man's perspective because I'm a man that went through some things that like blew their mind. Like, what do you mean? I think a woman, she likes this about a man. I don't know. I don't know why you know so in detail what a woman wants from a man and all that. And when she first see him walk in the room and you think that she sees character, I don't know nothing about that.
I think when they say those kind of things, right? It shows you two things. One, they're not leaders, right? Because when you're willing to just pass the buck on a really important situation as a man, you're not a leader. Because everything that goes wrong in my life, cuzzo, I gotta take accountability in order to try to fix it, right?
Yeah.
I put it on my shoulders. I don't walk in a house and say, hey, babe, you gotta figure this out. No, I sit my wife down and I say, listen, this is how we're gonna figure it out. I'm gonna take charge. Right? Because that's what men do. So when it comes to a relationship, I'm not going to say, well, hey, it's the woman. She got to see this. She got to see that. No. How about you start by being honest with that woman? Tell her what your intentions are for. Did you do that? Did you tell her, listen, I'm looking for a woman that I can marry, that I could spend 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years with. I want to make sure we compatible. I want to make sure we share the same values. We share the same ethics, right?
Right.
Instead of just looking at her aesthetics and then looking to see if she got a good or bad attitude or not, man. Because that's the next thing they'll go to.
That's the next thing that goes, right?
Oh, well, she had a bad attitude. Listen, we all have good and bad attitudes. Attitudes change depending upon our current situation, right? If I was to go right now, cuzzo, and get into a car wreck, am I going to have a good attitude or a bad attitude?
Right. Great point. Great point.
Immediately, right? My attitude going to change from good to bad.
Absolutely.
Depending upon how bad the wreck is, right?
Correct. Yeah.
And then I'm going to have to get myself together and then figure it out, you know what I'm saying, how I need to move forward within it. But attitudes change. None of us are perfect, right?
No.
We're going to go through moments in time where we have a good attitude and we have a bad attitude, right? We strive to always have a good attitude no matter what. But sometimes it don't happen that way all the time. So yes, you're going to get with the woman and maybe her attitude ain't going to be 100% positive every interaction you have with her. Figure out why. Did you ask her how her day was?
Most likely they didn't.
And that's where the problem starts. Because you actually approach the interaction from a selfish perspective, right? Because when I come home to my beautiful queen and I see that maybe she has a bad attitude, that's the very first question I'm going to ask her. Hey, babe, I'm going to give her a kiss. I'm going to give her a hug. And I'm going to ask her, how was your day?
Right.
And I'm going to give her the opportunity to vent.
Absolutely.
I'm going to give her the opportunity to lay down her burdens, right? So I can see what she's going through, right? See what type of support she needs.
Empathy.
And guess what? It's not one way. She does the same for me. Because she knows if I come home and immediately, if I don't give her a kiss, if I don't give her a hug, and I don't ask her how her day was, she knows that I had a bad day that day.
Okay.
So then she comes to me. She gives me a kiss. She gives me a hug. And she says, babe, how was your day?
Ooh.
And then I can vent to her. I can lay my burdens down to her. And then she can comfort me and give me support I need within that moment.
Woo! Hey, cuz I got a cash app. They crazy. They said, are you saying these dudes have minds of women? I say this. If you are a man and you have a feminine mindset, that is not a good thing for you as a man.
I think they don't have minds of women. Right? We got to stop saying that as well. They don't have minds of women. They have minds of children. Right? They have minds of a man-child.
Yeah.
The perspective they have is from a man-child's perspective. Right? And it's okay. Because if the things that I'm not successful in, cuzzo, I'm not going to get up here and pretend that I am, right? So if I'm a novice or even a failure within a certain topic, I'm going to admit it, and then I'm going to concede the floor to those who've been successful, who've been able to overcome that situation. And I'm going to listen, right? I'm going to listen so that I can learn. Peace and love to you, Brother Reese. You know, that's how men build, right? Because no one man knows everything. But in order to build, we must first be willing to be destroyed.
Okay.
So we got to be able to remove the mask, remove all of the faulty layers, remove all of the things that's within us that wants to go wayward, and be willing to take steps forward for personal growth and development. That is the pathway to success and improvement. And when we are building upon these conversations, the goal should be improvement, whether self-improvement or collective improvement. But we shouldn't lie to the audience. We shouldn't, sugarcoat things to the audience. We shouldn't be caricatures to the audience. We shouldn't be coming online just playing a character. Be yourself. Be who you are every day. Because that's what's going to make you be respected. When they say, listen, every time I hear this brother, he's the same way. He's coming at me honestly.
Right.
He's willing to admit when he's wrong. He's willing to admit when he's right. He's willing to admit both his successes and his failures.
Right. That's a bar.
And what I got from that conversation when it came to picking and choosing a woman, I don't know. Maybe they need to hit the panel and elaborate on their perspectives. But I just believe, just by listening to them, that they were speaking from a position of failure, but they didn't want to take accountability for the failure. They wanted to pass the failure along to the woman.
Absolutely. They was passing the buck. Absolutely.
And that is why I said it's weak. Because that's not what men do. We don't pass the buck.
I agree.
We take accountability and responsibility.
I agree 100%. And that's the weirdest thing about it to me when I'm hearing a conversation. If you really trying to be about your business, the only way you're going to keep the power in your possession is by not passing the blame to somebody else. Because if you take complete blame of whatever situation is, you also the person that's going to be the one that take you out of that same situation.
Right. 100% correct. You know what I'm saying? That's how you were able to find success in a relationship world, right? That's why you're respected right now, because you didn't come online pretending, saying, well, listen. No, you said, listen, I had some failures in the relationship world that I had to figure out why I failed. And once I figured out why I failed and I did my due diligence to improve as a man and vet better, that's when I found my queen.
100.
But if you're in a position right now to where either you don't want a committed relationship, or maybe all of the relationships you've pursued failed, then that's what you should be speaking upon. Right. Speak upon your own failure, but don't just try to pass the buck and push it all on the woman. The woman should have chose better. No, you should have chose better, my brother.
And I think it's also weird that they say the women should choose better when majority of the men are the ones pursuing women. She fell for your she fell for your lies. That's what happened. You lied to her very well, and she believed you because women want to believe that man, especially once they start getting intimate. She wants to believe you. This is why a lot of men can get away with lying to their woman for so long, cheating on a woman for so long, and so on and so forth. We know that we have a problem with men keeping their own thing in their own pants. They want to pass that thing around. I believe they was having a show the other day. They saying a good man smashes and dashes. What?
And they need to change that word good and say a weak man smashes and dashes. Right? Because when you smashing and dashing, that's only to fulfill your own personal lust, right?
And if we're going to move forward as a society, we need to remove lust from the top of our value system.
I think they should say no instead.
You think who should say no instead, Reese?
Men, if it looks like a bad situation, instead of stabbing and dashing, just don't do anything at all. Keep looking.
Right. Right. But why do you believe, right, that men are coming online saying that a good man smashes and dashes? And other men, huh?
I haven't heard that.
Reese said he hadn't heard that because of
it happened today.
I believe you. I believe you.
It just happened today.
What panel was that? Who said
Izzy Mills?
I don't know if you can call them good men, but a lot of the young boys out here smashing and dashing because they're afraid of commitment, and they hear a lot of this nonsense that's going on between men and women, and it causes fear in the young girls and the young boys. They're not.
And that's the issue,
huh?
And that's the issue, Reese, because they keep hearing it from people that are failing at relationships on both sides of the fence. Instead of them, like Cuzzo is saying, instead of the people just saying, hey, these are my failures within the relationships I had, and this is how it kept on going in bad situations. What they do, they fearmonger other young people into these situations where now they just turn into a bunch of promiscuous kids if they're not going to do their own due diligence. That is the issue.
You have to warn them, though, because there are dangers out here in the dating market for men and women. So
Reese, let me ask you a question, my brother. Let me ask you a question. Because I like how you put it. And I 100% agree with what you said when you said that the men who are out here smashing and dashing are moved by fear. Right? Now, we're going to accept that premise, right? Because that was 100% true. So if we are men out here and we're moved by fear, does that make us weak or does that make us strong?
I think it just makes you cautious, right? Because just because you don't want to throw your life away on a bad decision doesn't make you weak.
That's fine.
So
that you could change it, but if you had those two options, which option would you choose?
Say the options again.
So if you are a man who is living life and you're moved by fear, does that make you weak or does that make you strong?
I don't think it does either. You're just being cautious.
Well, those are your two options.
I only had weak and strong. That's a hard one there.
Well, cuz so you answer it.
I can do a lot with that.
If you are a man, right, and you are living life being moved by fear, does that make you weak or does that make you strong?
Absolutely makes you weak.
Fear comes in handy sometimes.
Tell Reese why it makes you weak.
The reason why it would make you weak because it's gonna allow you to stay in a comfort zone of scarcity. But when you are attacking things that you are afraid of, it puts you in difficult situations. It makes you make hard decisions, and that's going to build character, and you can move forward in life because you need those calluses to do something hard, to do something difficult, and to do those things, you need to be strong to move forward. So you got to have that. If you're scared to have a conversation, you need to have that conversation.
That's
because
correct.
It's going to make you a better person. If you have a relationship with your girl and you are scared to talk to her about how you are feeling about the relationship, you need to go ahead and have the strength to have that conversation so you and that woman can move forward together. If you need to make some more money and you're afraid to ask your boss because you think he's going to say no, you need to have some strength. So you go ahead and ask your boss and demand that what you need to move your family forward. So yes, if you are moved by fear, you are weak. You need to attack the things that you're afraid of because you will see that it is not a real thing.
I would agree with that in a work situation or like sports in the military. I was an athlete in a relationships, not so much because, okay, you can break a bone in a sport being extra courageous and all of that. throwing fear out the window. But in a relationship, you can have your entire life ruined to where there's no comeback. You see what I'm saying? And you only get one. So that's a big roll of the dice. You got to go into that with some, let's change the word from fear to concern and caution.
But no, but Reese, I'm going to ask you this question because we're building upon what you said. You introduced fear, right? And me and
that's
Cousin
what I got. I'm talking about me.
Right. You introduced fear, right? And we're building upon that because the opposite of fear is courage, right? Those are two polar opposites. So let me ask you a question, Reese. A warrior, because I hear this a lot now, right? They say that, oh, it's better to have a warrior in a garden than a gardener in a war, right? So let me ask you this question, Reese. Is it better for a warrior to be courageous or fearful?
Me, myself, when I go into combat battle, whether it's a fight, thumb wrestling, whatever it is, small or big, I go in with the fear of losing. And that's why I come out triumphant. Fear.
So you challenge, so you go ahead and attack your fears.
My mind tells me, no matter what, I'm not letting this other human being beat me. No matter what.
Right. So therefore, you go ahead when you fear.
I have a fear of losing. Fear.
Right. So but you attack. So that means
good. So I feel
right. So that means you have courage because you went and attacked it and you conquered that fear. Correct.
When it comes to relationships, though, I have literal fear because
Right. But let's keep going with the premise. So if you was afraid to do something and then you did it anyway and you came victorious, that means you are courageous and you conquered your fear.
It's not necessarily I was afraid to do it. I'm afraid to not finish the job.
Regardless,
I don't want to let myself.
Regardless, I want some straight answers. Regardless, once you attack that fear, right? Because you was afraid to lose, you was fear of losing. You went and you still did the situation. That is courage, correct?
Correct.
All right, and that's what we're talking about. So no matter what, you still got to go and say, hey, I'm going to face this fear because there's nothing that any human being do can be 100% guaranteed. You cannot look for guarantees. You got to look for the best risk assessments, and that's how you succeed.
No matter how you twist it, you're not going to erase the fear concept.
Let's talk about it, Reese. You're a military veteran, correct?
Yeah.
So let's talk about it.
And by the way, hold on. By the way, I wasn't behind no fucking desk.
That's fine.
So because I don't consider niggas behind desks soldiers. They ain't soldiers to me.
That's another topic. That's another topic. Don't worry about it.
I 100% agree with you on that, right? However, the way you're talking about fear, it doesn't come across as somebody who's been a warrior on a battlefield.
That's because you don't understand Mamba mentality. You're young and you don't have it, brother. Your generation doesn't have it. Okay, you don't have it, is what I'm talking about. That's that grit where there's fear of failure, and you carry that with you and translate that into action and production. Your brains can't conceive that because you are young men. You still got some more living to do.
No, but see, you're conflating.
That's a lie. That's a word that you niggas try to use. Go ahead.
Okay, one at a time, Reese. We got you.
So what I'm saying is you're conflating men having moments of fear, right? From men being moved by fear in their everyday lives. That's what we're talking about, right? Every man gonna have a moment of fear.
You never said that.
He just clarified it.
When you have fear, right, it's going to physiologically put you in a fight or flight syndrome, right? And in order for you to fight, you got to have courage. So the fear actually turns and transforms into courage.
I just told you that.
To fight and overcome the fear.
I just told you that. But if the fear doesn't come in at first, never mind.
That's fine.
But if you stay and move within the fear, you're going to run away. That's the difference. So when we're talking about it in a relationship sense, right? When you said these men are being moved by fear, they're not translating that fear into courage, because when you're translating it into courage, you're willing to take a risk.
That's
you're
the whole stab and
you're saying
and
these
keep
men
it moving,
aren't
right?
willing to take risk anymore, right? So they're being moved by fear, and now they're smashing and dashing, and they're fine with just smashing and dashing and getting these STDs and, you know, getting and making these baby mamas and so on and so forth.
That's why I said in the beginning,
that's weakness.
The courageous thing to do is to not participate. If you stick your dick in a ratchet, you deserve what happens to you after that. You see a loudmouth bitch that has to be seen and she's devious and just wrong for the community, and you stick your dick in her, you have to pay for what comes after. You have to accept it. The courageous thing to do is to say no matter how fat her ass is.
I mean, you had to do it in a very raunchy way, but I guess we agree with it at the end part. You need to not be dealing with women that you know are not long term.
The English was kind of bad, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, right. And so you need to have courage, right? Because it takes courage and discipline, right, to walk away from a smashing and dashing situation, correct?
Facts.
Right.
But listen, fear is courage's father. All right. There's no.
Say it again.
Watch this. Fear is courage's father. There is no incentive or need for courage unless there is fear first.
That's fine. Okay.
That is courage in itself, the opposite of fear. So in order for, it's like love and hate. You know what I'm saying? Up and down. You can't have one without.
But here's the thing, Reese.
But hate isn't love's father.
Love is the father of hate. Love is the father of hate. Right. You get rid of that word, and hate dies automatically.
And courage is the father of fear.
No, fear is the father of courage.
No,
courage comes in afterward. Courage is born after fear. First there's fear, then you have to build up the courage to overcome it. That's the order. Fear first, then courage.
Right now,
can you be courageous without fear? Of course, but the marriage is there, and you can't separate it. And fear is on top.
Okay, so do you believe, right, that men are more willing to follow someone who is fearful or who is courageous?
I can't separate the two, because if I see someone being courageous,
just answer the question, Reese. Just answer the question.
It's a slick question.
It's not a slick question.
You tried to separate the two again, and I just told you a minute ago that you cannot. If I see someone doing a courageous act, I understand that person is overcoming fear, and I'm going to respect that. So I would have to answer that question, yes.
Okay. No, but it wasn't a yes or no question.
Oh, all right. Well,
I said
you got me.
I said that, do you believe men are willing to follow someone who is being moved by fear or who is being moved by courage?
Courage.
Exactly, right? Which is why courage cannot be the son of fear, because
you don't even understand. See,
courage is the one who leads the situation.
This is where you fall.
Fear, anything that's moved in fear goes to destruction. That's why the spiritual books say that God doesn't give us the spirit of fear. He gives us power, love, and a sound mind. Because fear comes from the enemy. Fear comes from darkness. Fear comes from the antithesis of what's being created.
What is the purpose for courage?
The purpose of courage is to overcome,
fear.
Is to win,
fear.
Is to be successful.
Is to overcome fear.
Exactly. That's one of the things you're overcoming.
There is no courage without fear. Hold on.
But that's not the only thing you're overcoming with courage. With courage, you can overcome your enemy. With courage, you can overcome your flaws. With courage, you can overcome your failures. With courage, you can overcome your shortcomings.
And you're going to need fear of those things to do anything.
No, not
don't,
necessarily.
I think you too stuck on the binary part of it, Reese. Because that's one. I think the problem is, Reese, that's one part of it, and that's one part of it. But we expanding a little deeper into the word as well.
Let me tell you where the disconnect.
You understand what I'm saying, though, Reese? Like, yeah, we agree with fear and courage is back is. But we dig in deeper into the word courage, because you still gotta have courage to speak your mind. It doesn't mean that you are fear to speak your mind.
Instead of trying to understand the lesson, you guys keep trying to switch it around to make it seem like I need to understand. And you're wrong. You're the ones who are not understand. You won't receive the information. You have to twist it around and use some type of poetry to make me wrong. When all we got to do is build up here as men and understand what's real.
Okay,
it's not about winning an argument, dog.
So if that's the case,
fear begets courage, dog. Courage is nothing without fear. It does not exist. If the Joker dies, nobody gives a fuck about Batman. Nobody gives a fuck about Batman if the Joker dies. That's why the Joker told him at the end, "You need me, motherfucker." Nobody.
Because there's always
so Reese, if we concede to that part, that's fine. But can you also be able to concede to that we moving past that one part of the conversation, we move to a different part of the courage situation?
We're on the same. We're on the same. We're walking the same tightrope, right?
But
we're going to get the same result. We're going to get the same results whether they listen to me or y'all. You see what I'm saying? Performing a courageous act, it's going to get you results regardless of what me and you think encouraged it. All right. So courage will admire. Let's do that. The three of us together. We'll do that.
Okay. All right. So this, because I just want to move it forward. I don't want to get stuck too long on just one part of courage and fear, because I think we both acknowledge that part of the courage part, and we are trying to get you to move with us throughout the conversation so we can keep on building on the courage part. You cannot just say that word courage is only between fear and courage. You could be courageous at other things without having fear, is what we are trying to communicate with you, so we could just move the conversation forward. I got somebody in the back, but I have two versions of you.
You're not all the way wrong, bro. You're not wrong. I'm just trying to say that you can't separate the two in my situation.
Okay. But I got two. Can you just give me a peace sign? I guess you can't.
Let him make him cam up, because of who that in the back.
I'm gonna see if it's him.
Who?
Izzy.
Cam up for the sake of the show.
Yeah,
bro.
Make him cam up.
Because I think he's probably getting a haircut with his baby, with his son.
Or he might be driving.
That's what he's doing.
He might be driving.
But he might be driving. I'm not sure.
I'm driving.
If he car ain't moving, nigga. He ain't looked at the road
right yet. I just don't know if it's him or not. And we all cammed up. Izzy, if you can just cam up for us, and so we could have the conversation. I'm not sure. He's having trouble. He's having trouble. So we wait until he get it together. Okay, okay. I think he's good now. Welcome to the show. And can you stay on the camera? Is that possible? Because we all, I don't know what's going on. I think it dropped again. Let me see if it's him. First of all, let me see if it's him, because I don't know what's going on with his camera. He got there's three of them now.
He's probably getting this situation right, and then he's going to appear.
Yeah, I think he's in his car. He's probably traveling, moving around. So, but let's see. Let me make sure it's him. Hello, Israel.
Yeah, something going on.
Izzy Mills.
See, when they be driving, sometimes they be in a bad area and their phone start acting up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I guess when he get back free, he better hit the link again. I'm not sure, but he have some kind of connection issue. I'm not exactly sure what. Because it was about, I had three of them back there. I thought, I was like, oh shit, there must be a goddamn one of those funny people. But I think it's him trying to get on though.
But the bottom line that we can all accept, right, is that courage conquers fear. And as men, do we want to be conquerors or do we want to be conquered?
I don't like the two options, man. I don't think anybody should be conquering nothing, man.
Well, then you're not ready to even have a conversation, Reese.
Things should flow. Nobody should be conquering nobody.
Reese, when I'm talking about being a conqueror as a man, I'm not just talking about conquering people. I'm talking about conquering your goals.
Then say that.
I shouldn't have to spell every little thing out. You should be able to move within the conversation and be able to understand what we're talking about.
Look, man, you're going to have to be specific. You can't give me the Bible poetry. And I'm high, too. And old. So.
He's a nut, Reese. He's a goddamn nut.
But we understand as men, right?
Yeah.
Courage conquers fear.
Facts.
Good day. Is that you?
Yeah, it's me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yo, my bad. I'll be at the crib soon. My fault. Do I sound double or sound all right?
Right now you sound okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, we can hear you.
All right. Yeah. I'm in the car. It's raining. It's finally raining. That weather you was talking about the other day finally made it its way down here. So it's a little crazy out here right now.
Aaron is crazy right
What's
now.
good, everybody?
We got towns underwater over here.
Whew.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yo, peace and love to you, Israel Mills. Peace and love to you, my brother.
Peace. You've been going for a long time, and then you come back with the same old mess. Boy, you ain't never gonna do right, are you?
Nigga probably
No, I see. The thing is, right? I'm listening to y'all conversations, and I'm just responding to what y'all saying, right? And sometimes y'all make me proud, and then sometimes y'all disappoint me, right?
Are you
and
elder or something, yo?
What I was saying to Cuzzo before you hopped on the panel, Izzy, is you and DJ Wish Doctor disappointed me in that first question that y'all was trying to answer when it comes to the responsibility of a man or a woman choosing a man or a woman, right? You accepted the premise from Cuzzo, Proverbs 18:22, which says, he who finds a wife finds a good thing. But yet, you then went on to say, well, women need to do a better job of choosing a man. So which one is it? Do men choose women or do women choose men?
Both.
I think you totally misinterpreted what was being said or what the message was trying to be conveyed at the time, and so that the mistake is your own on that particular case, right? So yes, men do choose a wife and choose a woman to be a wife. At the same time, hold on, give me 1 second, my bad. At the same time, that does not negate the responsibility of a woman as far as her having a child or whatever the case may be, because there's multiple ways that she can prevent herself from having a child. So a man does it, the topic, if I'm not mistaken, was, does a man make a woman a single mother, a baby mama, whatever the case may be? So we're talking about two different things. If you're talking about a wife, you're talking about a wife, and Proverbs is 100% correct. He who finds a wife finds a good thing. But if you're talking about a single mother or a baby mama, that's a whole different subject all unto itself.
So the part. Let me just correct him so he know what part you are speaking of.
I was gonna do that, Cuzzo.
Okay.
So Izzy, what you're saying right now is correct, but I didn't hear that part of the conversation. The talking point that I'm speaking to is the first question when it came to the responsibility of choosing a mate. The question was, do men choose good or bad women, or women choose good or bad men? Do you remember that first question?
No.
You just went froggy on us.
Yeah.
That woman. Yo, I'll give a second.
Yeah, you're breaking up now.
Mike fucked up.
All right, so I guess we're waiting till he get his situation situated.
What were y'all? What was the question y'all were talking about? Repeat that shit.
The question at hand is about choosing the proper mate for a man or a woman.
Oh, okay.
That's what the topic was about at the time. That's what we are communicating. And this is why men cannot move in fear of relationships, because if they move it in fear of relationships, their relationship is always going to be based on fear and not based on having an honest relationship with that woman and learning her good, her bad, and her ugly, and vice versa. So he's going into the relationship with bad faith. And you can't build a foundation with bad faith.
Right. You also gotta be willing to be vulnerable, right? Take the mask off, leave your representative at home, and come to that woman as yourself, right? Be honest with that woman and show some integrity. If you're just trying to sleep with that woman, then just say that. Just say, hey, listen, I'm not trying to, look for no commitment. I'm just trying to, look for a good time. Be honest with that woman and give that woman the opportunity to either go that route or go find somebody who's willing to make her a wife.
Right.
But if you come to the woman with bad faith, right, and you are playing the game as your representative, trying to show her the best version of yourself so that she could be willing to be vulnerable with you and give you access to her body, right? And then all of a sudden now you're going to say, well, no, I'm going to be moving in fear in terms of making a commitment with that woman, as you approaching her with bad faith, and that's you lacking honesty and integrity within yourself as a man. And at that point, you're not a strong man, you're a weak-minded man, and what's going to happen is you're going to reap what you sow, right? So then when you get into your 40s and 50s and 60s and you don't have a committed relationship and you don't have somebody that's going to hold you down in the good times and the dark times and the bad times, it's your own fault because you stayed in that fear, you showed a lack of integrity, you lied to that woman, and now you ended up in a situation where you by your lonesome.
Hey, Brownsville.
Hold on, before you go, let me read some of these things, Reese, please. First, I got thanks for always having the conversation. Thank you for always being so generous to me. I really appreciate that. We also got, hey, move forward. Thank you so much. We also got, can you grow in character or do you have to be true? That's a nice one. I like that question.
Yo.
Also, I got two more. Also, we have, what do it mean when dudes say they want a perfect woman? Ooh, that's something I know Reese is going to love to answer. And this question, the last question right here. So we got two questions that we got to answer at the end. This question is for you, Cuzzo. Name the act that does not require fear but courage. You can't name even one.
You can, but he knew what I was talking about.
So what I think is this. I can name one. Going to the gym. Going to the gym takes courage.
I would say more.
You don't need to be fearful. Shout out to my baby girl, Sherelle. Baby girl. Let me see you dance. Let me see you do twirl.
Yo, going to the gym, right? Isn't that?
No, I was just answering the young man's question of what you could do with can you do something in courage without being fearful of it? Absolutely. It's plenty of things in this world that you could do and have courage to do something, and it's not necessarily tied to fear. But fear and courage is, they neck and neck with each other. They complete opposites. So
the example you used was the gym, right?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm wrong for assuming that it takes discipline to go to the gym. You're gonna try to tie the two together, bro?
So I think
maybe you could, but it's more so discipline than courage.
What I think
take a little bit of oomph and man is, the what you call courage. I gotta go in here and do it, but it's gonna take discipline is the captain of that.
So I believe it takes discipline to maintain going to the gym. Because when you have discipline, it doesn't matter if you're feeling good, you're feeling sad, you're feeling fearful, you're going to go to the gym because you got discipline. You're going to do because you know that's the right thing to do. So that's when I believe discipline kicks in.
Discipline kicks in long before that, bro.
So, all these words, they definitely go hand in hand with each other, though. So, I don't think you're wrong for looking at it in that way, neither. So, it's just what it is. I think it's okay to say discipline and courage is very close to each other, and that's fine as well. So, what do it mean when dudes say they want a perfect woman? What's your thoughts on that, Reese?
I haven't heard too many people say that. That word "perfect" is
a strange word, right? When it comes to
people say that there's no such nothing's perfect. You can't be perfect. But what the fuck did that mean? You know how easy it is to not do no bullshit. It's easy as shit.
To what?
To not do no bullshit.
I would love if that was true, that it was easy, but clearly it's not easy. Clearly, doing the right thing is the hard thing to do in this day and age. This is why so many people don't want to go to the gym, because
you're giving mankind a pass.
You look at it, you probably look at going to the gym is easy. You'll do a one-arm push-up right now if somebody dared you, right? So you don't look at it as
fight every morning. When I wake up, you think I want to go work out, and I don't want to do that shit. I want to scratch my balls for a half hour and sit down. But no.
Right, so therefore that shows that doing the right thing is the hard thing, because anything worth having, it doesn't come easy.
It's not.
If you want the body that you want, it comes from doing hard work and discipline. The wife that you want, it comes from hard work and discipline.
I understand the point.
The job that you want that high paying job, that comes from hard work and discipline. That business that you want to build, that comes from hard work and discipline.
Yeah.
Most of the things that people get from easy, they don't respect easy. They don't respect the easy woman. They don't respect easy money. They don't respect the easy life.
I respected easy money. I didn't treat it any different than, hard-earned labor.
Maybe you personally, but majority of people in the world, they don't look at it that way.
Some of these things in life we complicate, man. We don't have to. Some of these things aren't that hard, man.
It shouldn't be, but clearly doing the right things is the hard thing to do. And that's why we have to promote and push the hard things to do, especially for our young men out there that possibly are listening to us. We have a lot of different age groups that listen to us and trying to have a conversation with us.
If you look at this
battle,
very
important.
If you look at this battle between the sisters and the fellas, right? Nothing is going to be resolved in this ever until both sides yield a little bit. You know what I mean? The brothers got to be a little bit, less coarse on the sisters, and the sisters got to tone it down a little bit. And then, because we're here now, right? When the brothers, start being a little bit less coarse and the women start toning it down, we'll get here. Now, getting here, we're long from that, but we can start moving. You know what I mean? Everybody has to give a little bit and let go a little bit. The war is getting harder. People are fighting more and stronger. People are pulling more words out of these psychology books than ever before. It's getting dry.
Yo, what's good, man?
Good day, sir.
What's up, Reese? What's up, Sharon? What's up to your chat, to SBG gang? Yo, where's Brownsville? What happened, man? I landed.
I think now that he see that you got your microphone checked 1 2 1 2, he gonna come back because he was waiting on you.
Okay, but the crazy thing was that he misinterpreted that, because of course a man chooses a woman. At the same time, it was a twist in the conversation where it seemed like men were being blamed. And I don't think that you could blame men per se. At the same time, does a man that finds a wife finds a good thing? Of course. And mostly what I was saying was towards the family and towards working together, like Reese just said, and building together. So, but you do have to find a quality woman. What's up, LA Project? You do have to find a quality woman. What's up, Cajun Darkfire? In order to do that.
Right. And so therefore that man, he has to find her, right?
I mean, of course, the man has to find the woman. At the same time,
all right. So now
I wasn't telling, but I think you misinterpret it. I'm not telling a woman to find a man. What I'm saying is that women are, especially women who are out there and they're dating and they're allowing themselves to be open to multiple men and so forth and so on and this, that, and the third. This is what I'm saying. When they're trying to play the game, is what I'm speaking to. But yeah, a man does choose a woman ultimately. Facts.
So therefore, if he finds this woman that is not doing the right things, then and he finds her, that means he didn't find a wife, correct?
If he finds a woman that's not doing the right, no, then she shouldn't be a wife.
Right. So, and that's why it is on the man, because he had to go and find the thing that he needs for his life. And
but
hopefully he can attract that woman. Once he find that version of the woman that he needs, hopefully she's attracted to him as well.
But I think that you conflate, like there was a conflation point in it where it's like blaming the men for the actions of the women, and you cannot. Like if that woman is not a wife and she doesn't fit, then she just doesn't fit. You go on, you move on to the next, and you find one that does. At the same time, I think it's a blame and an indictment from y'all behalf on men in their leadership if they can't make a woman be into a wife, and that's the part where I disagree with you.
Right, because men are to blame for finding the wrong woman, because he is the one searching. If I'm telling somebody, hey, I need you to go find me a bottle of water, and they bring me back a Gatorade, the person that brought me the Gatorade is the problem. I cannot be mad at the Gatorade.
Hold on real quick, Reese, real quick. The problem is it's not that cut and dry, right? It's not like you could clearly see the difference between you could see Gatorade and you could see water. The problem is that a lot of these women are appearing like water, and then later on when you get into a situation you find out they're not. And again, there's no blame. That's fine. It's no problem. But to blame a man because the woman didn't fit into the criteria is problematic. Eventually he will find a good thing if he's looking. Searching, you seeking, you shall find. Knocking, it shall be open. Asking, you shall receive. Right. So at the end of the day, it's like, you're going to eventually find it, but it's hard. It never was easy to find a quality, virtuous woman. Like it never was an easy thing. There's a lot of women who don't fit the mold, but you can't blame the man because a lot of women don't fit the mold of what that man needs. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It shouldn't be a blame game.
The problem is that we are blaming the person that is picking up the wrong product. And that is the issue. That product is just not right for you. That man that he's looking at this one for whatever the reason why he's looking at it. If he's looking for a wife and he picks the wrong woman, that woman's just not a wife for you. She might be a wife for somebody else.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So the problem is not the woman, because she's just not right for you. She's not right for the things that you need to add to your life. She's not bringing that value that you seem as virtuous, and that is the issue. But when he finds that unvirtuous woman, for whatever reason she is, for him, he still want to put his thing inside of that thing, and he still want to defile that woman. That's when we have a problem.
You're making a lot of assumptions. Now, does that happen sometimes? Yes. At the same time, the problem is if you're not you can't blame either party. Like it shouldn't be a blame situation. You can't blame a man because that woman does not fit his standard or does not fit his criteria. He saw the woman, he was attracted to woman. He got to know the woman, and then that woman didn't fit into whatever standard, whatever criteria that man has. She's not the wife for him. That's fine. Doesn't mean there's necessarily anything wrong with that woman, and it doesn't necessarily mean there's anything wrong with that man. They're just not compatible, and that's okay. But to then say that, because they're not compatible, something has to be wrong with that man is very, very deceptive and very, very it's not cool even a little bit. And that's the only pushback that I've ever been given. You can't blame men because a man and a particular woman are not compatible with each other.
I absolutely can, because he is the one that is choosing. He's the one that pursues her. Usually, about probably 90% of the time, men are choosing the woman and they are initiating dates and so on and so forth. Whether it's in today's day and age, is DMs, and he is the one that's pursuing. So as he's pursuing her, and he start recognizing red flags or putting a blind eye to the red flags, that's when he is to blame. For every person that he brings into his life, he is to blame. And the reason why I would look at it, every situation that I ever went through, I'm to blame for any situation I ever been in, is because I'm also the same person that's going to get me out of that same bad situation. So I want to have all the power to put myself in a bad situation, and also I have all the power to get me out of
I got a question.
Situation.
I got a question, right? You said something about the men choosing, right? When there's a union, right, it's usually the woman that makes that final choice, because the men are approaching, right? This is going to happen all day long to women, all year long. So they make the final choice. These men accumulate, you know what I mean? And then she chooses. And that's how a union forms. A man doesn't choose anything, rarely, like you said, 90% of the time. You see what I'm saying? The woman is making the final choice, bro.
How do you figure that?
It can't be any other way. If men are approaching,
so if I look at this,
she has man A, man B, man C, man D, and man E. She chooses one of them. All of them pursued. They chose to pursue her. The choice is the final decision, which is made by the woman. That's the choice.
Right. So that choice is a different conversation. And the problem is that part of the conversation is not what we are talking about right now. We are talking about how the men are usually the ones pursuing, and they usually are pursuing sex. They are not pursuing relationships. Majority of these men, they try to use all these good virtuous things that men like to do. However, majority of the men, they was raised to put their peen in everything moving. They are not raised to go ahead and find a wife. They are raised to go ahead and pump and dump for as long as you can. And then when you get old enough and wise enough, that's when you settle down, because you don't know what you're missing. So you might as well go out and put your thing and everything moving.
Yo, I agree with that the guys that are doing that are making bad choice, unless the guys and the women have a mutual understanding, right? But if, that is a bad choice for a guy. What I'm talking about is the unions that are formed, right? And they go south and go sour, right? Are you saying that these are from bad choices that men make?
Yes.
But
and see, that's the thing.
Made by the woman when there's a union.
Well, hold on. I don't want
about hitting and quit it. When there's a
hold
union,
on. I don't want to conflate my argument with your argument, because it's two different arguments. Shout out to you, Reese, right? It's two different arguments that we're making, right?
I'm just addressing something he said in his little response.
Right, but the argument that I'm making is simply this. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. And there's no swindle in that. If a woman is not compatible with you, the only way that you're really most of the time going to find out, if a woman that you're attracted to, that's attracted to you, that's interested in you, and you're interested in her, the only way that you're going to find out if y'all are truly compatible is to spend time around each other. And if you spend time around each other and y'all hang out, and then you realize that you're not compatible for whatever the reasons are, there's no harm in that. Like there's no bad guy there, right? There's no bad guy for the woman. There's no bad guy for the man, generally, unless someone violates. But we're just saying, just on a regular basis, there's no bad guy. So the thing is to blame men in a place where there is no bad guy. These two people, they were attracted to each other. They were interested in each other, trying to get to know one another. And then it just didn't work out because they weren't compatible. Like, that is ridiculous. There's no bad guy there. No bad woman, no bad guy. No one's bad there. They're just not compatible. Now, and that's withstanding someone violates. That's a different thing, right? But just on a natural thing, you meet a woman,
You like her, she likes you. Y'all are interested in each other, y'all attracted to each other, and then you find out, oh, well, she got these things about her that don't really mix with me. Or she finds out, oh, this guy, I don't really like this guy like that. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's what dating is supposed to be about, right? But I agree with you that men should not be just sleeping with these women if they're not going to take them seriously or if they're not going to have a long-term plan for them. I agree with that. I can't argue with that. At the same time, I can't turn around and say, I'm this great guy and I have these principles and rules and philosophy around about me. And I know a lot of dudes that share the same thing and then sit and spit in the face of men and say, well, most men are taught to no. If you are a Muslim, then you're taught discipline. You're taught to not stick your opinion in anything. If you're a really a Christian, a devout Christian, you're taught that you're not supposed to be sticking your opinion in everything. Like, yo, we got to be honest. Like, the people do what they want to do, but let's don't make it seem like they're just being okay to stick their opinion in everything. They're not. They're not supposed to.
Welcome back to the show. Browser, check your mic. You good? He's gonna get it together. And so the problem is with that is I agree with the situation that people need to learn how to just break up and say, hey, we just not compatible anymore. And I think that would be fine. And if men and women were both breaking up in that way in masses, then we wouldn't be having these conversations. The problem is somebody is always violating on the majority scale. And that's when we have the issue. And the person that we know for a fact that been raised in these is the men that's gone out there putting a pin and violating the agreement to stay with that one woman. And then they try to gaslight her and act like she's crazy for even trying to look at her phone. And that's the true conversation that we're having. And I would love for people to be mature enough to have breakups the way how I'm assuming that's how you had your breakups in your recent times or whatever that is. That's what it sounded like you were speaking towards. And that would be awesome. But the problem is somebody's always violating.
But this is a crazy thing, right? The crazy thing is most young ladies be the ones hot in the ass. Fast, pissy tail girls, hot ass tail girls, you know, that's the ones that your mama and your grandmother warned you about, the ones that was trying to take my virginity since I was daggone in puberty, right? The girls that be at you, be trying to get with you, be trying to get you to sleep with them. You know, there's a lot of those girls out there. So to make it seem like men are always one, nah. When I lost my virginity, it was to an older girl that was pressing me. Before that, I could have lost my virginity 4 years prior because it was other women that were pressing me to try to have sex and I wasn't ready. So at the end of the day, like, I hear what you're saying, but the truth of the matter is it's a lot of fast ass women out here, young girls, whatever you want to call them, that be trying to have sex just as much as men be trying to have sex. Like, let's keep it real.
Can I add to that a little bit, Sharon, before you respond?
Okay.
Earlier you said that dudes, often it's the woman who's on the tip where she don't want to be tied down and don't want no cuffs on her. And earlier you said something about the men doing that. In most cases, it's the woman who says that, bro. They're the ones that saying that they don't want to be tied down and you know, putting you in, keeping you in the tuck and call you when they're ready and all that type of shit. They're on that. This has been a new thing since the 90s, yo. The boss bitch, this evolved from the boss bitch era, which began in the early 90s. This has always been a thing. And there's a reason why I know that. Like, you dudes that have been in long relationships and marriages and stuff, you miss some things and you get a lot of experience from hearing other dudes talk. So you miss a lot of the dating experience.
Yo, Cuzzo, can you hear me?
Yeah, we get you good. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, so let me respond to both of those brothers and what they said, right? First, Israel Mills. What Israel Mills said was correct, right? Yes, there are a lot of women out there who are promiscuous, right? But what he's failing to acknowledge is oftentimes when women are promiscuous in that way, that is a progression or an augmentation from the demand of a man, right? Because Because oftentimes we understand that women are supplying a demand or a service from a man. Just like I brought up the OnlyFans argument, right? Who are the primary consumers of OnlyFans? Men. When it comes to the strip club argument, who are the primary consumers of strip clubs? Men. When it comes to the escort services, who are the primary consumers looking for escorts? Men. I don't see any woman-only escorts out there to where women are going to these places just to have sex with men. I don't see a man's OnlyFans situation to where women are primarily consuming, wanting to see the nakedness of a man.
What? Are you serious? Yo, you bugging out.
Let me finish. Hold on. I know what I said kind of disturbed your spirit, but let me land a point.
Why are you so mad?
The point is, right? The primary benefactor when it comes to promiscuity within our world today are men. And they are not only the primary consumers, but they are the primary aggressors and proponents of the promiscuity, right? So, yes, we can acknowledge that it's gotten to the point where women are out there being promiscuous. But if men would remove lust and degeneracy from their top of the value system and replace it with God, add some solid values underneath that, then we could stop promiscuity right where it's at, because I'm willing to guarantee you that woman will fall in line for what men are demanding. If men are demanding more modesty, women are going to become more modest. If men are demanding women to be more, dressed and clothed up, that's how women are going to respond. So let's not lie to the people out there, Israel Mills, and try to make it seem like, no, the women are controlling the situation.
You're lying. That's not what I said. And you're lying.
My brother.
You're trying to hold on real quick. You're lying and you're trying to misrepresent what I said again, like you always do. So first of all, the first lie, bold-faced ass lie that you told is that women do not partake of men who are strippers or men who are scantily clothed. Yo, the first thing anybody is in the street knows that a male stripper, a male escort gets booked. Nigga, what are you talking about? You don't have no clue what you're talking about. Women spend big, one of them shit. Right, he don't know shit. Women spend big. Hold on, Reese. Women spend big money for niggas with big dicks. Women spend big money for in-shape niggas and niggas that put it down. Women spend big. Hold on, Reese. I don't need no help. Women spend big money. So I don't know what, a lockup with men in a lockup, that shit be sold out in minutes. Women go crazy. Yo, one of the main things for the players to do was when they used to have the double lockups was when the niggas would come out there and the niggas have the women all hot and bothered and they be all crazy and out of their god doggone mind, but it's only like 6 of them niggas, and then other niggas would come to the party and they would clean up because those women be ready to go. They greased up, oiled up, and ready to go. You telling a lie from the pits of hell to make it seem like, yo, even in your Bible, women did some of the most deceitful, deceptive, disgusting stuff to get at a man. Remember Joseph? The king's wife lied on Joseph and rent her clothes because he would not sleep with her. Do you remember that? Do you remember Delilah? Do you remember Jezebel? Do you remember Mary, the other Mary, not Mary, the mother of Jesus, but the other Mary, who was a prostitute, fam? Like, at the end of the day, you are clowning and lying. Women have been on that shit. The oldest profession in the world is prostitution. Shit, Lilith, that was her whole gig, brother. So when you gotta miss me with that and try to make it seem like it's just a one-way street, it is not, and that's a lie from the pits of hell. The second thing that you said that was crazy.
Hold on.
Now, you made a lot of points.
Hold on.
Cuzzo, hold on.
Yeah, no, I want to set the stage. So, hey, Iz, you didn't get interrupted. Let him respond as well. Go ahead.
Right.
Rouse.
So, because I allowed you to respond to what I said, right? And so you made a point. So I want to respond to that, and then I'll give you the opportunity to make your second point, right? So my question to you, Israel Mills, because I've been going a long time. So maybe I'm just ignorant to how these conversations are going right now. So are you telling me right now you have moved to have minority conversations instead of majority conversations?
I'm telling you that I never was trying to have a majority conversation.
No. I'm asking a question, right? So you're saying that you now have minority conversations or you have majority conversations?
I'm saying I've always had minority conversations. I'm not the minority majority guy. That's not never my shtick.
So you the minority guy.
He said,
yo,
hold on.
Like at the end of the day,
I'm trying to hold on. I just want clarification because I didn't understand it. So I'm saying, so you say you speak more towards the minority?
I speak more towards the ideal situation, more towards what should be done, what's the right thing to do. That's why I speak more towards. So I don't speak towards a majority situation because the majority of people are going to hell with gasoline drawers on and a rocket ship tied to their ass.
And that's why we speak to the majority to get them to turn from their wicked
ways. That's you.
So hold on. No. Listen. Right? I'm talking about not me, but in the world today, it's about the majority, right? Because the majority of people turn elections, right? The minority don't win an election. The person who got the majority vote wins the election. When it comes to any type of award, right? The person who scores the most points, that's the one who gets the MVP or the scoring leadership, not the person who scored the least points.
And the funny thing is, it could only be one.
Israel Mills, I don't want to be in a situation to where we are lying to the people and we're attempting to gaslight the audience into thinking that we're having a minority conversation. No. So let me ask you this question, my brother, and please answer it honestly. When it comes to the escort situation, are more women consumers of escorts or men?
My honest answer is I don't know.
Okay,
I wouldn't know
that to me, because what I'm saying is that's easily verifiable, right? It's easily verifiable who's consuming more escorts.
But
it's easily verifiable because you can look at the businesses, right? You can see how many businesses cater to women versus how many businesses cater to men, right? And it's not even a competition. It's not even a debate. Men are primary consumers when it comes to escort services, my brother, and you know this. Stop attempting to.
How you gonna tell me? How you gonna tell? Wait.
In order to make it seem like you're making a logical point.
No. How you gonna tell me what I know first and foremost, and secondly, hold on. Sharon. Hold on, Sharon.
That was the question.
Nah, hold on. No, it's not. I'm not finished with the question.
Okay, calm down. I'm just. I want the conversation.
First of all,
hold on. I just want the conversation to move forward smoothly. We don't have to be.
Okay, so let me just finish real quick. Okay. So first of all, he trying to tell me what I know. He literally asked me, was he gone too long? Am I the majority minority? And no, I'm not the majority guy. I've said that 1,000 million trillion times that I don't speak to the majority of anything, because guess what? In those scenarios that you named, there's only one person that wins the trophy. In those scenarios that you named, there's only one person that becomes the president. In those scenarios that you named, it's literally a 1%, and those are the elite, and those are the people that people strive after. The winners are the minority. The winners are not the majority. The spectators, the people who are like the sheep are the majority, but the winners, the people up top are the minorities, fam. So I don't never shoot for the majority. I'm sorry, not sorry. That's just not me or my rhetoric. Now, when you sitting there and you trying to make it seem like I'm lying by saying that women be just as horny as men, when you try to make it seem like I'm lying to say that women be as promiscuous as men, because guess what? Whether it's men or it's women, it takes two to be promiscuous. Unless men are being with men, it takes a woman being promiscuous to be with that man. What are we talking about here? So at the end of the day, I don't know about how many men buy prostitutes because I don't do that. I don't know how many men are on OnlyFans because I ain't never seen no OnlyFans. I don't know how many men view porn because I don't watch porn. But what I can tell you is that there are women there as well. So that should tell you something.
All right. So you saying that because you said earlier that is a lot of men being strippers and there's a lot of women paying for that, correct?
No, I'm not. I never said there was a lot of men being strippers. I literally said there was 6 men strippers, whatever the case may be, at the lockups, and the guys would go to the club because all the women be hot and bothered because there was only 6 men that was doing their thing. That's what I literally said. So I'm not saying there's a lot of men that are escorts or whatever. I don't know about that. I'm not saying that. Right, I'm just saying that women, when they do show up, those shows be sold out. Women go crazy and spend big bread. That's what I'm saying.
Perfect. So you know for a fact that women are selling out shows, but now you don't know if men are selling out shows.
Here's the issue.
I just said men are. So when you mixed it up, what are you talking about?
No. So I just want to be clear. So if these 6 dudes, they go into a town and they have a strip party, it's going to be sold out because all the women are going to buy up the tickets. But now on the other hand, if a man or if a 6 women do a strip club, it's not going to be sold out by men.
Not necessarily. It may not be. No, it may not be. It may not be. But those lockups with those men, they always be sold out. That's a fact. That's a fact.
And you want us to believe that you are being honest and genuine.
Well, I mean, I don't care what you believe. You don't have to believe. You can believe it or not believe it. I could care less. I'm just telling you what I know.
I understood.
So, Cuzzo, let me cut in right here, man.
Let me ask you a question, Brownsville.
This is the problem right here. Hold on 1 second, Reese. Let me say this, and then you can ask your question, right? Because when we have these conversations, right, it's important for us to tell the truth, right? So if 70% of one demographic is doing this, and 30% of one demographic is also doing this, we are more interested in changing the 70% than we are the 30%. That's in every situation. That's in business. That's in all types of fields, right? They're not talking about the minority, fixing the minority. They're talking about fixing the majority, because if you fix the majority, that's going to lead to more success, right? So I'm kind of confused with, the perspective that Israel Mills is having right now.
You're having a different conversation.
Gaslight the audience, right, into thinking that, we need to be talking about women going after escorts too, as if it's even a comparable issue in terms of men doing it.
Right? The problem. No, this is just the problem.
Israel saying, no, we shouldn't talk about OnlyFans. Because, there's a possibility maybe there's 4 or 5 women who are consuming the OnlyFans of men, when there's 1,000 men consuming the OnlyFans of women. He wants to talk about the women.
I don't want to talk about neither. No, the problem is y'all are disingenuous. You just want to blame you. No, you're not having a good faith conversation because you're not listening at all. So the problem is this: I never wanted to have this conversation in this way. You're conflating ideas, philosophies, and all types of shit. You made it seem like women do not perform or get involved in these situations. And what I'm saying is, guess who is it? Even if you have women who are the OnlyFans content creators, those are women in those acts. Even if you have men that are engaging in sexual activity, those are women that they're engaging it with. So at the end of the day, for us to try to blame men and not include women or blame anybody, because my point was don't blame anybody. I said if you're not compatible, it should be no hero or no villain. You're just not compatible. So Ray Chess, to answer your question, I'm not making it seem like women can't get sex anywhere they want it from, because they absolutely can. All a woman got to do is stand on the corner, scantily clad, and some man somewhere will pick her up without question. So I'm not questioning that. What I am questioning and saying is when we try to make it seem and villainize and demonize men for their natural proclivities and their natural inclination to be attracted to women, that's some weird shit. When we are sitting here and trying to make it seem like, yo, because a man and a woman didn't work out and they're not compatible, that the man is automatically the villain or a demon because they didn't work out, that's some weird shit. That was my premise. Not trying to blame women because I don't think women are to blame. Not trying to blame men because I don't think men are to blame. I think that things just don't work out sometimes. And I was getting on Sharon about trying to blame men for it.
You know, what's really weird, Izzy, is
one second. I got somebody in the back. Can you please come up? We're trying to have everybody on camera as much as we can, if you can, and give me a peace sign as well, so I know that is actually you, Miss Genesis. Go ahead, Cuzzo. Go ahead, Brownsville.
You know, when I hear, can you hear me, Cuzzo?
Yes.
Am I coming through clear?
Yes.
Because what I'm hearing from Israel is very disappointing right now, because it's almost like Israel's trying to have a conversation and convince us that it's more important to rehabilitate the drug dealer instead of the drug addict, right? He's saying, oh no, let's put the drug dealers in rehab and let's leave the crackheads in the street wanting crack. It makes no sense what he's saying at all. I mean, what I'm saying is this, right? This is why I left the YouTube world, right? Because you guys don't speak as if y'all living normal lives out here, right?
You should stay going because you're a crackhead.
Who is a crackhead? Who is demanding a certain thing. And it's a certain thing that we deem negative in society. It's a certain thing that we deem we need to remove in order to move forward. Those are the people we need to rehabilitate, not the crack dealer. Because if the crack dealer has nobody to sell the crack to, hold on, let me finish. If the crack dealer has no one to sell the crack to, he's going out of business.
Yo, you are Captain Planet trying to save. Hold on, he just stopped.
Let him finish. Just because he took a breath doesn't mean he finished.
Come on, man.
You saying come on? Hold on. Nigga. Israel, you got a chance to speak and nobody said anything. So don't act like you are not speaking. You are getting
my overarching point, right? When it comes to promiscuity in society, because when I rejoined, that's what y'all were talking about, promiscuity. And when it comes to promiscuity in this society, we understand that the primary proponents of promiscuity are men. Yes, there are women who are promiscuous. That is 100% a fact. But there are much more men who are wanting to be promiscuous with women, who are demanding women to be promiscuous. And if we rehabilitate those men, we get those men to remove lust and degeneracy from the top of their value system. We get those men to move with their spiritual, with their logical mind, instead of their emotional body and physical body parts, right? We get those men to date with intention. Look for a wife. He who finds a wife finds a good thing. He who finds a slut will find an STD.
Yo, so tell that, yo, man, Jesus Christ.
If we educate young men,
you could get the STD whether it's a slut or
the consequences of what actually is going on in the real world, instead of trying to sugarcoat, trying to conflate, trying to gaslight as if no, women are doing it too. Yeah, you guys are the problem, right? You guys are the reason why the world continues to go down this lost and dark path, because you're not willing to have honest conversations. You're not willing to call it exactly how it is. You're not even willing to say that there's more escorts that supply to men than they are that supply to women. You're not even willing to concede that point. What you said was, oh, I don't know. You're feigning ignorance as if you were born yesterday, as if you're not from Brooklyn, New York, as if you never been to these areas where they have these escorts and who's actually going and getting those services under the table.
Yo, you assume the problem when you assume it is tremendous. This is the crazy thing, right? You a fake ass Dr. Martin Luther King wannabe, right? And you say, I'm talking to the point. I'm speaking exactly to the point. With this fake ass Dr. Martin Luther King wannabe bullshit, right? At the end of the day, you sitting here and you talking about changing anybody. You can't change a damn person. The only person you could change is yourself, and good luck with that, right? You could give information. You like your Bible says, one man waters, one man plants, one man waters, and God grants the increase. So at the end of the day, the hubris of you, the nerve and audacity of you, the mendacity of you to even pretend like you could change these people. You could barely change yourself, young man. That's number one. Now, number two, to address your points, it's absolutely crazy and ludicrous, the leaps and the bounds that you're going to try to stretch Armstrong this argument. I wasn't blaming women. I'm not. I wasn't blaming men. I'm not. I'm saying that people are not compatible sometimes. It doesn't work out sometimes. And for Sharon, in that particular instance, to sit there and use that to blame men on the fact that they aren't compatible is weird to me. It's also weird to me the fact that you are saying that there's more female escorts than there are male escorts, but then you're making the argument that men are more promiscuous. That's insane to me. You're saying, you literally just said that Izzy Barnes is saying they're acting like there's more men escorts than there are women escorts. Yo, you prove my point. Right? Because again, if there's more women escorts, then that means that they are involved in the promiscuous behavior as well. So to point fingers, to try to make it seem like it's a man or a woman issue, to not recognize that it's a society issue is negligent. Also, in Texas right now, in Atlanta right now, in DC right now, the STD rates that you talked about are at an all-time high. Guess who are the main ones with these STDs? Women! Women!
And where are they getting them from?
Check and make.
So are they just
I got you next.
Check and make.
Where are they getting these STDs from? They're just contracting STDs
from the same. If more, hold on, DJ. If more women have STDs,
hold on. Let me make sure. Hold on. Let me just finish. Jen, let them finish the whole thing because I want you to be able to finish your whole thought as well. Are you finished?
Yo, so the point is, because I know there's some slow people. If there's more women in Houston, Texas, that have got syphilis at a dramatic rate, have got herpes at a dramatic rate, have got HIV at a dramatic rate, if there's more women that contracted it in our so-called community than the men, then that means that these women are sharing the same man or the same man. Kind of like that white man that gave 900 of our sisters, 900 of our sisters HIV. Remember that white man, that white DJ, kind of like that? How that one white DJ gave 900 of our sisters HIV. You remember that? Or how in Memphis 2 men got almost 80 women pregnant, kind of like that. I think it was 3 men, actually. 3 men got almost 80 women pregnant, kind of like that. Crazy. Right. So at the end of the day, that would stand to reason that, again, we shouldn't be blaming men or women. We should understand it for what it is. It's spiritual, it's societal, and it needs to change, period. I agree that it needs to change. But where you're looking at and how you're framing it and trying to place it at the feet of men is absolutely ridiculous.
Okay, you good there. Go ahead, Genesis. You're on mute.
All right. So if all the women are screwing the same men, that means
And
that
each other.
women are hypergamous. Okay.
And
So
each
that
other.
means they choose a certain type of a guy. Okay. So that means that they choose a certain type of a guy that seems like he has it together, and then this certain type of guy is actually going out there knowingly having a STD, because there's no way that you can have HIV and not like be at this level infecting that many people and not know it. That means that the men are going out knowing that they're infected, right? And they are meeting different women and sleeping with them condomless and giving them STDs, right? So at some point, it's the woman's fault that we are not making these men or having our condoms to ourselves. But maybe this guy is convincing these women unknowingly, because of hell, he has a lot of practice at this point. Because if he's able to screw the 50% of all the women, that means this guy is a different type of a guy that's unable. This guy has practice, okay? When a guy is out there screwing all these different women and giving them herpes, chlamydia, blah, 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 and all the women are screwing this one guy, that means it's something of what he is able to do to convince the women to give up the sex without the condom. But why is he doing that? Is it because he wants to feel the coochie without the condom? Or is it because the women are saying, no, take the condom off? Every woman, all 100 million people, women, that this person's infected. So we want to blame the woman all the time about, oh, okay, well, yeah, it's more women that have it. But we're not talking about how women choose men. So maybe the men need to level up so that the women will choose them and be good men, versus us being tricked by these sheep's and wolves in sheep's clothing that are clearly running through all the women, giving them STDs willingly, willy-nilly. You know what I'm saying? And then we want to blame the woman and say, oh, you got an STD, you got the HIV, and this and that. You're the problem. You're the one.
The story's in the back, Sharon. Right there.
I didn't make it up. How can one guy? I met a guy that actually at one point had 50 different women on his phone. So is that a woman problem or is that a man? And he's telling them, oh, well, yeah, I don't have no kids. I want to be married someday. He's telling them all the same lie. And then the women are all falling for it. It's not that we're just these whores that just
wait. So that's one man and 50 women, right?
Men, it's because the men are lying to the women and then making it seem like he is with this woman, and then he's out here screwing different women and then giving HIV to all the different women. So it's not like a matter. Now, if there was a bunch of different men having HIV too, from women doing HIV, okay, but if there's a small amount of men with HIV and a large amount of women with HIV, that means a small amount of men are tricking these women into believing that they're in some kind of a relationship with these
who's
men,
promiscuous
or what
are the numbers? Hey, pull up the story. If it's one, hold on, Sharon. If it's one man,
hold on.
Let me just say, if it's one man and 50 women, who's the one that's really promiscuous? If it's one man, the one man versus 50 women.
Yes.
Y'all that's girl math. Pull up the story in the back.
Okay, hold on. So if it's one woman and she had 50 male partners, who's the promiscuous one?
Listen, that's not family. That's not the premise. Your cousin.
Okay, that's fine. That's
want to talk about majority. So what I'm saying is, if one man,
let me build with you, please. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm trying to.
What math is this? What math?
So what I'm asking you, if it's a girl and she had 50 men, who is the promiscuous one? That girl or the man?
Conversation. Y'all talk about gaslighting. That's not the conversation we're having. If you say women, hold on. Hold on.
You have one.
Please,
Hold on, y'all. So hold
on. Sharon, let me answer your question. If you have 50 people, to Brownsville's point, if you have 50 people, let's don't even put a gender on them. 50 people who are doing the same thing, and you have one person who is doing it Who are the most? The 50 people. So at the end of the day, you're trying to change the complexion of the conversation to make it about an individual instead of about the collective, which was daggone Brownsville's whole argument. He's talking about men as a whole, not as one man.
Slow down. So the problem is this: those 50 people, they could have
hold on, Cuzzo, because he trying to speak to my point. Cuzzo, hold on one second.
All you gotta do is pick up the argument. Pull up the article in the back.
What Israel Mill just did. Hold on, in real time, right? What he just did was a conflation. That's what we call that, right? Because if 50 women are having sex with one man, they're not being promiscuous. They don't know that this man is sleeping with all these women, right? The man knows that he's sleeping with the 50 women.
So you're gonna blame all men for one man? So because one man, because Donald Trump is a billionaire, that means we all got $1 billion.
Israel Mills, I'm just talking about that one point that you just made.
No, but y'all conflating the point. You made the point about all men, and now you're trying to talk about one man. And what I'm saying is, by and large, your point is moot because of the fact that it's more women out there doing their thing than the men, and it's clear.
No,
but you're trying to make it seem like it's men doing their thing, and it's not. Men, women, like y'all say all the time in these spaces, women grant access to sex. The problem is it's a select group of men. I hate these talking points, but it's true. It's a select group of men getting the majority of the women, which is a lot of women getting got by these men. And it's only a small group of men involving themselves with multiple women. All you got to do is pull up the article. I have the substantiation to my point in the back. Sharon, if you please.
Yeah, but before
the key word that you mentioned, right? The key statement, the key phrase in your whole soliloquy that didn't make much sense. The one thing that you did that made sense was these women are getting got by this man, right? That's what you're failing to acknowledge, and you're failing to understand, even though you're saying you're conceding to our point, but you're not understanding that.
No, I'm not conceding. No.
Our point.
Yo, I'm not conceding to your point. When one woman can have a baby, when one woman has a baby by 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different dudes, I'm not conceding to your point.
Hold on. We gotta be able to let each person. You went a very long time, so you cannot say that people are interrupting. Everybody's getting a full thought out. DJ Janice went about like 2 minutes. She got a full thought out. You went about like 5 minutes. You got a full thought out. So please let everybody get their full thought out. Please.
If I got 5 minutes, Brownsville got 10. Stop playing.
Right. The point is.
Let the person get the full thought.
The overarching point is men are tricking women into giving them access, right? Which is them taking advantage of that woman by deception, right? So we're not going to blame the person that's being deceived. We're going to blame the deceiver.
Yes.
Right? So what I'm saying to you, right, when we're talking about having a conversation of how, as a society, we can fix promiscuity, and you're right. See, I don't have a problem conceding points, Israel. I'm going to concede a point to you right now that I agree with. When you said, well, Brownsville can't change anyone. You were 100% correct about it. And in fact, I didn't say I can change anyone. What I did say was we can educate people on how they can change themselves. But in order for us to educate people on how they can change themselves, we got to be willing to have good faith conversations. We got to be willing to be honest and be open, not only about our successes, but our failures, right? And what I'm saying to you is this. When we're talking about the relationship world, to land a point, right? The reason why these relationships fail, the number one reason why is deception, right? We're not approaching these situations with integrity, with good faith, with honesty. Because if we were, we wouldn't be having this problem of all of these single mothers and all of these STDs and all of these problems that we're having that's plaguing our society right now, which is causing men and women both to move in a relationship world with fear, right? So let's acknowledge this right here. As of today, we're living in a broken world. And in order to fix that brokenness, we got to examine the problem. And the root cause of the promiscuity problem is because men, and I'm talking about the majority. I'm not saying that, oh, no women, no. There's men and women. But when I say men, I'm talking about the majority in respect to both. So men need to move in good faith when it comes to relationships. Stop moving with lust and start dating with intention, right? Because if you date with intentions to marry and you're vetting out the character of a woman and you're being open and honest and vulnerable with this woman about what you want, I'm willing to guarantee you're going to find success, you're going to get cooperation, and you'll be able to decipher the woman that's for you.
All right, man. Come on, man.
That fits
Jesus
your character
Christ, bro.
traits, that you are compatible
Christ,
with,
bro. Come
that
on,
adds value to your life.
Oh my
Falling
God.
asleep, bro.
So many different things, yo.
Hold on. Let me get something clear. It doesn't matter. Because when somebody else go, like, your words don't mean more than somebody else's.
No, I know.
We allowed you to go just as long. It is okay.
You're lying. You're lying.
It's not. Again, you're doing it right now. I'm talking. You was able to talk. I stopped Genesis when she tried to interrupt. I started saying, "Hey, Genesis, let him finish," and then I actually gave you more leverage to finish out your statement. So I am doing the best I can, but we got to allow the person to speak. It is okay to let the person speak their full mind. It's okay.
Yo, okay, cool. Yo, can you just all you have to do is this. Pull up the article first I have in the back, please. If you do that first. Because I have some literature to substantiate what I'm saying.
Am I echoing?
Yo, no,
you're not.
This should not be hard. He just
because
he just literally, every time I try to drive home a point, you cut off. So I see what's going on here. Yo, he literally just said the majority of men, like he said before. And if you have 3 dudes getting 78 women pregnant, that is not the majority of men. If you have 3 dudes getting 40, excuse me. If you have 3 dudes getting 46 different women pregnant and having 76 or 78 different children, then that is not the majority of men. And that's what I'm saying. And that was his premise. The majority of men are prioritizing promiscuity. And I'm saying it's not what he's saying that it is. And the numbers show that. The problem is this. Women, like Ray Chess keeps screaming, can get sex easily. All they have to do is go outside. It's no problem for a woman to get a man or to have sex. That's easy work. That's number one. Number two, most men, especially nowadays, are socially awkward and they are not getting these women. They might want them, they might desire them, but they're not getting these women. And it's proven by the fact that so many women, and I can pull that up if you need me to too, have contracted these STDs disparagingly in rate to the men. So that would suggest, all of these things combined, that the women are more, if you force me into this argument, which this wasn't the argument I was trying to make, but it's easy to prove, the women are more promiscuous than the men. It's easy. You have women who have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different children by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 baby daddies. So women who have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 children by 3 or 4 different baby daddies. This is a thing in our so-called community. So to make it seem like I'm making something up, or I'm dumb, or I'm blind, or I can't see, or I don't know what I'm talking about, y'all are doing the gaslighting. Again, if you have one man that's a devil, that's a demon, and he convincing 50 women to get with him whatever type of way, guaranteed that's not the only man that they've been with, but he is the problem. But that's 50 women. So those numbers are much higher than the one man. It's simple math. It's simple math.
Okay. All right. So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you some questions, so we can set a baseline of what
hold on. Can I just ask a question? Is he screwing 50 women one time and that's 50 times? Or is he screwing 50 women multiple times?
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Lying to all the different 50 women about the other
girl
women.
Math and it's beside the point.
But the woman is the bad guy.
No, I'm not calling nobody the bad guy. That's the problem.
Women may have bad choices in men, but that does not mean that she's being promiscuous because she dated the wrong guy.
Right.
Okay. So
wait.
Hold on.
Ah,
man, she gets to say this dumb shit, but I can't address that dumb shit that
you just said. Hold on.
Your shit is stupid
Israel,
as fuck.
hold on. Let her finish
I didn't call you stupid. I didn't call you stupid. I call that women stupid.
Hold on. Let her finish her thought. Browns wanted to talk as well. You don't have to respond to each person. It's not an attack. We just attacking the thought process and the words that you are using. It's not an attack on you per se. It's the thought process that you're saying. We're trying to get clarification. You're trying to get clarification. Brownsville's trying to get clarification. It is not a fight against you. It's a fight against the ideology that you're.
Hold on, but you're not allowing me to address.
I'm talking. Hold on. What I'm saying, just because you feel like what she's saying is stupid, it doesn't give you the right to talk over her. Let her finish her statement.
I'm trying to address it, and you wouldn't let me address it. You try to pass the mic around.
Allowing me to talk to you.
I'm gonna holler at you.
Did he just run rage quit because I want everybody to get a voice out? Oh, that is crazy. Also, shout out to the cat. Says, welcome back. You and Brownsville keep grinding. Let me read some of these super chats because they mad at me. Everybody mad at me. No. I don't know, DJ Jess. All you said was a couple of words. Damn.
I got a mute. I said too much. I didn't, with one word, I just made people leave and everything. But the math is not mathing.
Let me shout out. Talking to Kinfo. So, to keep up a false narrative, he talks about the minority. These guys are out of their minds. Keep cooking, Brownsville. Also, we got Total Kinfo. She said, Sharon, why you to read my super chat? I am, sweetheart. It becomes harmful when they prefer to lie and make stuff up versus having a genuine conversation to gain understanding. Men buy sex more than women, even from other men. Lord Jesus. Shout out to the victorious one. Thank you so much for being so generous. Shout out to Tato Mills. Appreciate you, brother. Always holding me down. Thank you, Tato. We also got victorious one. She says, is he blind or is he dumb? This is a nuanced conversation, Izzy. Keep up. Men need to tell men to stop deceiving women to gain access to their bodies. And that's the part that he was misunderstanding. Even when we was able to flip it, he understood it, but he just didn't want to concede, which was kind of crazy to me.
So, Cuzzo, let me ask you this, Cuzzo, because I wanted to ask him this, because sometimes you got to walk people through the conversation because they get lost in one word or two words or three words, and then they get stuck there, right? So I wanted to progress the conversation forward so that we can have a baseline premise of the argument, right? So I want to do that with you because he's not here. Do you agree that the root of promiscuity, the root cause of promiscuity is lust?
Yes.
Right. So lust is the root cause of promiscuity, right? Now, what Israel Mills was talking about was just one form of promiscuity, right? And what I like to do is attack issues at the root, right? Because just like if you have weeds in your yard, right? Anybody who know anything about removing weeds in your yard, you understand you don't remove them just by going over them with your lawnmower, right? Because what happens is if you just cut them off with your lawnmower and you don't get that root, they're just going to grow back even taller, even larger, because you didn't get rid of the root cause of the weed, right? And Israel Mills was just stuck lawn mowing instead of attacking the conversation at the root, right? So if lust is the root cause of promiscuity, right, then we understand that there's many forms of lustful actions, right? So he wanted to bring up one form of promiscuity in order to try to make an argument that, well, men and women are both equally responsible for the problem. And he's not understanding that there's a whole bunch of other types of promiscuity to where men are dominating in that field. So let me ask you this, Cuzzo. When it comes to lust, do you feel like consuming OnlyFans content is that a lustful action?
Absolutely.
Right. And would you agree, right, that there men, when it comes to engaging in OnlyFans and consuming OnlyFans content, who do you think is the primary proponent of consuming OnlyFans content, men or women?
Men.
Definitely.
Okay.
99%.
Okay, 99%. Right?
To be exact, 82 million.
God damn.
Man.
Right. So what I'm saying is, right?
Is that 82 million people or 82 million men? Either way, that's crazy.
Wow. Right. So when he talks about
get even worse, 82 million American men.
Right. So Queen, that substantiates my point, right? So when he's talking about a couple of specific situations in which women are guilty of engaging in promiscuity, he is choosing to totally ignore all the other forms of promiscuity, or should I say degeneracy, right? So when it comes to escort facilities, right? Queen, let me ask you this question. Maybe you might know since you got the statistics, right? In America, or even if
by
you
the way,
know,
it's only 1.4 million content creators, female, on OnlyFans. So 1.4 content creators, 85 million men watch it.
That's shameful.
Right. So what I'm saying is that form of promiscuity, that form of lust, right, is dominated by men, right?
Let me say something, man.
Yep.
Hold on, Reese. Let me ask you this question, right? Reese, you are a man of a certain age, correct?
Yep.
You've told me, listen, I've been there and done that a million times over. So in all your travels around the world, Reese, let me ask you this question. When it comes to escort facilities that cater to sex, how many escort facilities cater to women versus cater to men? If you had to put a percentage on it, what percentage of escort facilities would you say cater to women versus cater to men?
I've never been in one of them joints, but I've never seen footage of women going to a man joint, if that's what you're asking me.
Right. So you're saying that in your experience, like I said, you got a vast amount of experience.
I ain't saying it don't exist. I'm not in the world of sexual craziness. I'm not in that world. Never have.
Right, but what you've heard, what you've seen, right? If you had to put a percentage on it of facilities that cater to women versus facilities that cater to men, where would you put that percentage?
I'll be honest. I'll use my own city because I lived nightlife for 30-something plus years of my life. I've only seen 2 male review buildings in this city, but there's a lot of strip clubs where dudes go.
Right, right. So that is another form of a lustful action, right? Which we all agree that the root cause of promiscuity is lust. So that Reese, that's a second form of lustful action where you agree that men are the primary consumers of it, right? And I was just
something though.
Hold on, Reese. Hold on. I'm gonna build it. I'm gonna pass it to you, right? Because you doing great answering the questions, and I appreciate your honesty. I really do. I appreciate your honesty because we need to be willing to engage in honest, fruitful conversations.
You're gonna have to be quiet to learn, though.
Right. So what I'm saying is, I'm gonna move it from escort facilities to strip clubs, which is a different form of lust, right? One is engaging in sex. The other is engaging in fornication and looking, for sexual type of dances and things like that. What would you say the percentage of strip clubs that cater to women versus strip clubs that cater to men? And you can use your own city.
1585.
I know that in Dallas there's one, and then there's you can't even count.
Yo, I want to say something, man.
Hold on. I need clarification.
Your plane is out of gas, nigga. You're gonna kill everybody.
No, Reese. When you said 15 to 85, what did you mean by 1585? Who's 15 and who's 85?
I literally made that up, yo. I've only seen 2 fucking male reviews.
Chippendales.
I picked up 2 chicks from a male review, but I drove by about 15 strip clubs to get to that motherfucker.
Right. So once again, that's a third form of lust where men are the predominant consumers.
We agree with that.
Right. So when we're having these conversations, right? When we're having these conversations, we shouldn't just get stuck in 1 or 2 situations to where women are the primary aggressors when it comes to promiscuity. And understand that the reason why promiscuity exists today is because men are demanding for women to be promiscuous.
Listen.
No.
Wait a minute. Hold on, fighter. I'm going to agree with you, right? But you can't make it seem like this is a one-sided coin. Lust exists in women.
I didn't say one-sided.
I know that. What I'm saying is this. Lust exists in women and men.
We agree.
With the way society was set up, men were more aggressive with their lust because they've always been the pursuers, right?
Right.
So women didn't have to express theirs because they are the hunted. Is a
right.
Role, right. So but they're aware of it. There's not one dumb woman alive. They're aware of this, right? You can't blame the men fully for all these sex industries because women understand male lust. They make this available. Wow. If this was not available, no man would go pursue it. Women are in control of 100% of the sexual energy on earth. They decide who fucks, they decide who's born and who isn't. That is a fact, sir. Now, I was not asking you a question at all. That's true, and that's a lesson. You need to understand that. You cannot undo that. It's impossible. So your poems are not going to work here, brother. They are in control unless we all just start graping them because they have to open their legs and the final deed is not completed until they say so. They understand that we're the hunters, and that's why they have OnlyFans half naked. Because if it wasn't for that, they would have OnlyFans fully dressed.
Who creates OnlyFans? It's a male person that created OnlyFans. What are you talking about?
Why? Because he knows whore energy is available.
That's not what he created.
What?
If there's no industry, if there's no whores,
to make money.
There's
he
no
created
industry.
OnlyFans to make money because he knows that men.
He's smart enough to capitalize off of it and make money. It's evil, but it's intelligent. But he understands that there's whore energy. If there's no whore energy, there's no industry whatsoever. The men could not produce the men could not produce this industry and flip it around the other way around because we're the pursuers. It's virtually socially impossible.
But
so
see,
this is the way it is, and you have to live with that. Your poems can't undo that.
But see, the problem is, and Reese, you were doing great. And then
no, you're a fool. You didn't learn anything.
Let him finish, Reese.
You didn't learn shit.
You were doing great. And we were having a great conversation. We were building upon some real things, right? And then you kind of got lost because you took a left turn when you should have took a right turn.
No,
right?
You got lost.
Hold on,
I didn't get lost. I gave you a lesson, and now you're telling me that my lesson was wrong.
Reese, I'm gonna give you, my brother. I'm gonna give you an opportunity to respond. Hold on. Let me
problem with you young niggas, man. You reject everything that's real and turn it into fucking jello. And that's why y'all all fucked up. We didn't have these problems y'all got, man. You don't fucking listen.
Okay.
Stop trying to win an argument and make me wrong and learn something. God damn. Or I'm wasting my fucking time. I'm 55 for nothing.
Right.
Remember, I'm old enough, nigga, for you to come home and see me on your mother's couch, motherfucker.
Damn.
You're not that old. You're not that old.
So.
Damn.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Okay, but yeah, cuz
I can make it happen in real fucking life. You have to respect me.
Oh shit. He said he gonna make it happen.
Calm down, Coco.
And here's the thing, right? And this is the thing. We were doing good. We was agreeing. We was having a great conversation. And I understand, Reese, right? You're 55, you're a man of a certain age, you've been around the world, you have a lot of experience, and I granted you that. Right, but also
you don't respect it at all, brother.
I appreciate. Now, hold on. I appreciate you looking at me and making an assumption of my age and saying that you're a lot older than me. Right?
I'm teasing you. I'm teasing you.
Because really, and truthfully, and my cousin can verify this. You're not that much older than me, my brother. I just look young, thanks to the grace of God and me living a healthy lifestyle. I look much younger than I actually am, right? Yeah. Because we're gonna be celebrating my mother's birthday, and she's actually old enough to be your mother, right? So here's the thing, right? This is where you took the left turn, because when you agreed and you conceded that when it comes to lust and promiscuity, men are dominating these industries.
I said lust. Men display lust because of the way society is set up, and it's always been that way. Right. Both parties contain it, though.
Right, and what I'm saying is this:
it's a two-way street. The industries wouldn't exist without both.
So now, so progress with me so that we can move the conversation forward, because we both agree with that. That's not our point of contention. Our point of contention is how we should be educating our audience to fix the issue. We're solution based here. We're trying to have conversations to educate our audience.
The solution is in law.
We're trying to find conversations to educate young men and young women out there on how they can fix the society once we're long and gone, right? The issue we have is this. You're not going to tell the crack dealer and say, well, hey, as long as you keep producing crack, you're going to have clients, right? Even if you rehabilitated all crackheads, right? Let's say we live in a world. Coco, follow me, Coco. You following me, my brother?
Wait, Cocolo, because Coco sounds like a stripper name.
Right?
Cocolo. My bad, my brother. My bad. Cocolo, follow me with this situation. I'm follow me where I'm going right here, right?
I agree.
Hold on,
when
let
you
me
put
finish.
it that way.
Cocolo, let me finish real quick. So let's say we live in a world today to where we've rehabilitated all crackheads, right? Let's say there's no crackheads in our neighborhood anymore. But Reese, and I'm just using him because, for argument's sake. I'm not saying you specifically, Reese. I'm just using you for argument's sake. So let's say we got Reese over here who's a crack dealer, right? But we've rehabilitated all the crackheads. Do you believe that Reese will have a successful time selling his crack?
He won't. If there's no buyers, like yeah. If there's no buyers, yeah.
Right.
You just made my point.
So what I'm saying is no, but you're misunderstanding, right? Because if and that's why I have to use these metaphors and try to approach this situation to where and break it down to where y'all can actually understand a point, right? Because in this point, when we're talking about men and women and promiscuity and all of that, we're talking about it in a sense of supply and demand. And Reese, you agree that men are the ones demanding. They're the ones in demand.
They're not demanding anything. It's available. They're opportunists.
Reese.
They're not demanding shit. Nobody put a gun in no whore's head. No.
That's not true.
Now we getting lost again.
But no, when you're talking about like the sex industry, there's an industry called the sex industry, by the way.
Right.
That is supply and demand, just like the music industry, just like some reason now there's a whole thing called a sex industry. So now, like, okay, there's a supply and a demand. So the men want the demand, and the females that are into that supply it. So, like,
either side. Look, let's be fair, y'all. Either side.
Hold on. Because it seems like hold on. We're gonna give it a break because it seems like we're getting lost. Hold on. Let me read a couple of super chats. Hold on.
Let's reset it.
I got you. Hold on. Let me reset because I don't know how they could disagree with DJ Jenna. She broke it down beautifully just now, and it seems like he's still about to try to
I already did that.
Discontinue it. I don't know how he did it, DJ Genesis, but he's gonna figure out a way. Strip clubs. As of 2019, the U.S. strip club industry, another industry, Genesis, was an $8 billion market with at least 3,862 clubs. These venues are largely run by men and target the sexual fantasies of who? Men. Shout out to Ayala Vanel. Sup with you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Also, we got conversations with MJ. She says there have been several studies conducted that found men engaged into adulthood have a higher number of casual sex partners and will engage in more casual sex as opposed to women.
That's a fucking lie.
That is a study, sir.
I've been the other guy all my life. That shit came off the internet.
That is a study.
I'm a living receipt.
What we are saying, what Genesis was trying to point out earlier, and she did a good job of pointing out, but some reason it was being missed. If that one guy is lying to 50 women and he is popping off 50 women, he is the promiscuous one, not the 50 women. It's just that simple. Because y'all will all say if that one woman had sex with 50 men, y'all be like, yeah, she's promiscuous.
I got a question for you.
Can I just say this?
Wait a minute, bro. Can I ask my question real quick? Hold on, hang on a second.
Let DJ Genesis get a thought out.
Oh man, I got a question.
When I was younger and thinner and more, like, let me just say this.
Hold on, I got you, Genesis. So we gonna let Genesis go, Reese from Philly, and then Coco Loco after Reese. Go ahead, Genesis. You got the floor as long as you want.
When I was younger and more thinner and got out the military after my body was built.
Shut up, Coco.
I went to the strip club and said, because I was like homeless at the time, and so I went to the strip club. Now they turned me down. They said you too.
Oh yeah,
no, they said you too. No, they said they were like you're too green. You don't what the hell. No,
nah,
I was
that's not
fresh
what they
out
meant.
the military.
Let her talk, please.
No, I can actually show like that. I was not like looking like I look right now, but I was a very built. I was in the military. I was military. You conditioned, you trained, you got like your body is on point 100%. Before I had kids and double chins and all this other stuff, I had a very nice body, and I went to but you know what the lady said? There was a house mother. She said, "No, you not cut out for this." And I would say this is that sometimes women do not go to a strip club because they're promiscuous, but because they need some money and they don't know any other way, right? So me being homeless at the time, I didn't know no other way. So it's not always that they're just like these sex addicts. Sometimes they're trying to go to pay their college or whatever. So we can't always lump people in the strip club into like a bunch of freaks that are trying to like get freaky with it. But some people are trying to like, okay, I'm gonna pay my way by dancing or whatever. Or I'm struggling, I'm homeless or whatever, and they know, and that probably might be the last resort. Same thing with prostitution. It's not always because they're like this horny, freaky person. A lot of times women are probably less educated. They run across a person, the person is able to convince them into prostitution. Next thing you know, they're a prostitute. So we have to also understand what even drives a person into prostitution. Do you know that the majority of people that get into the sex industry have some level of sexual abuse in their past life?
I've heard that.
So we can't always just make women into like these just disgusting people that are just sex addicts or whatever. It's like there's like also like trauma that is involved, a lot of like different things that are involved.
Can I go right now? I got a question.
I want to say thank you to my brothers for allowing Genesis to get a full thought out. A conversation goes so much better when we just allow each other to get a full thought out. Hey, listen, man, shout out to those crazy ass uncles that was touching y'all. I feel for y'all. Hey, but we need to whip those nasty ass uncles' asses that touch all your old boys.
Y'all need to stop keeping it hush and tell on them. Yo, I want to know if y'all on the panel agree that men or women.
I was never a prostitute, by the way. But I did try to be in a strip club. I did try to do that.
She just tried to shake a little ass for a couple of dollars.
I didn't know everything that was in. Later, I figured out. Oh shoot! I'm glad I didn't do that shit because oh my god! But I
got 10 cents.
We gonna motivate you up here to get your body back, man. This is a solution-based game. Fuck the bullshit. Listen, y'all. Do y'all agree that men or women could shut this industry down tomorrow?
10 cents. 10 cents.
What do you think about that?
I think Cuzzo had it right on point. Like, so if men was to clean up and say, "Hey, we not buying that no more," women wouldn't be selling it. Simple.
What about the other group, yo? I said men or women, because the women could shut this. The women could shut the sexual problems down on the earth tomorrow.
No, men can.
No, I said, see, be careful what you're doing, man. I said men or women. You gave your reason how you gave your way men could do it, and I agree. We could.
Okay.
But you gotta understand that women could shut this down in a minute. If they collectively decided to zip it up and nobody gets nothing until we do A, B, or C, they would literally control the world. Period. And get every single result that they desire forever. They could do it. Now we're human beings, we're dickheads by nature. So it's not going to happen, but it's possible. Do you agree?
I don't, because Korea tried it, and no, it did not change the world.
Somebody deviated; it didn't work.
They did a whole movement when the women said no, we ain't going, bro.
And the whores fucked it up.
No, they ain't no whore.
You need every woman on earth to participate, and this will happen tomorrow. There will be no sex industry. There won't be no pussy.
It's no real sex industry in Korea like that. It didn't work. It didn't work. Japan is dying. Why? The women ain't going. So this whole idea that women is going to be the reason why it's going to make everybody else go kumbaya is a lie. Men got to do what they got to do.
They could
and
shut it
start
down
building families,
tomorrow,
because
bro.
men gotta start being responsible for the families that they build instead of just getting vagina
How does your
and
mind
using
not
that as a
understand that
damn
they can shut it
excuse
down?
all the time.
They can do
because
it in a
the
day.
because in Japan,
Welcome to the. That's my guy. That's really you. What? Welcome to the
um,
show, the man
yo,
Williams.
real quick, yo, you do
Yeah,
know you treating me like a third class citizen. You know I'm American, right? So, all right, let me speak now. I'm American, bro. First ballot American, bro.
my
All right,
bad.
so let me kick it to you real quick. So, Sharon, you seem like the traditional type, and so does Brownsville in your thoughts, um, and lifestyle. So then that means that you believe in gender roles, correct?
Yeah, that's
So
fair.
and that would also mean that you believe in double standards, correct?
Yeah, that'd be fair.
So now we live in contemporary times. This is very different here. We have things like technology compared to 90, 80 years ago, when women weren't as heavily in the workforce and they weren't as reliant on men for finances, right? They weren't relying on a man to take care of the household. So now women are more free to do what they want. They have more freedom, more rights. And shit, a lot of many times nowadays they're making more, out earning many men. We can say that, right? So now women are free to do what they want to do, right? Because before then they were depending on a man to take care of them, so they were more restricted.
And where do you get this information from?
From reading, I can break down the sources to you. We could do another separate live. I don't want to take too much time,
It came from
but
Earth.
Okay,
but
that's
I can I can
what,
I can, I can write
what
all
could
I
be.
could write all this down, all the sources down,
It's
and
okay,
but
but you can give
okay.
me one off the top of the head. What's a source that you read that says this?
Okay, give me 24 hours and I got you. We could do a separate live because I don't want to take too much time out. No, and then listen, and if I'm wrong within 24 hours, you could call my bluff and I'll apologize and I'll cash app you. So what I'm telling you is everything I said is a fact. And I could prove it. Give me 24 hours. Is gonna take a lot of time for me to look that up. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So are you disagreeing that women have more rights and freedom today versus 100 years ago?
A
90,
hundred.
80s,
I mean,
70, 60 years
I
ago?
think humans in general got more
Oh,
rights.
okay, all right. Oh, no, no, no,
I
no.
think we all
No,
got
no,
more
no.
rights than we
so
had 100 years
so
ago.
Coco, you asked the
Within the
question. You asked the question. So if you go further, if you go far enough back, because you're gonna start at 80s, and then you're gonna say, all right, maybe not the 80s, and you're gonna go to the 70s, and say, all right, maybe not the 70s, and then you're gonna go
okay.
all the way back to
Okay.
when Christopher
Oh.
Columbus came, and then we're gonna like have to, okay, yeah, we could concede to that time. But
Oh, yeah, all right, we're
um
going. Okay, now you're being
it's just not real.
disingenuous. Now
It's just
you're
not
being
real. Hold on,
dishonest. You're
what
being
I'm saying,
dishonest.
that's not realistic. Women was, as far as we know it, for the past few generations that we all know, women be in the workforce.
Okay, but would you say that now women are getting close to men, like is head to head now, when men have to actually compete? No, no,
No,
no,
I've never seen a world that I had to compete with women. No, even today.
no. Well, you,
No,
well, you. I mean, you're married already. Someone took you, right? You
I
got
thought we
already.
was talking
So
about in the workforce,
no,
right?
no,
I'm not
you
talking about from a
no. Oh,
relationship.
no, you don't have to compete with your. No, because this is
He
the
was talking
thing.
about
Is
the
like
workforce. He was talking
in
about the
the
workforce.
dating. Okay, in the dating realm, um, it's a silent competition whether you like it or not. You're competing with
Okay,
other men whether you like it or not.
I
You know that,
so
right?
I got that. So I just want to challenge what Reese said. Maybe I misheard what he said.
Then shut up. You're bald headed and you married already. We don't want to talk to you.
Well, I'm just
So
saying all of
Sharon,
us are
wait.
married.
You
So you
skipping the
talking? You want
line.
to
Yeah,
talk
me
to
and you
married
skipping the
people?
line, and me and you skipping
We
the line,
let you
bro.
go. Didn't I be
No,
quiet for
no,
like
you
10
skipping
minutes
the
while you
line, bro.
started
You
He
shit?
was very
skipping the
quiet.
line.
He was very quiet. I agree.
I was
Yeah,
quiet so you could get your
he
bullshit
got a
out.
couple.
How long was I
Hold on.
here?
I got you, first class citizen. He got a couple of more questions.
First
Go ahead,
class
Coco.
citizen is great. Okay, that's the name of that. First class citizen. So you didn't agree with nothing I said, Sharon.
No,
So women are not moving how they truly want to move nowadays. They have the freedom. So are you saying that they should get more restrictions?
No, I'm not saying they should get more restrictions. No, I'm not saying that at all.
So women are doing what they want to do. They have all the rights to do what they
They've
want to
been
do. They're
they've been doing that.
behaving how they want to.
They've been doing that for a long time.
Hey, cuz, can you hear me?
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, man. So let me turn my camera on. Yeah, man. Peace and love, Eda Man Williams. That's you, my brother.
Yeah, that's either man.
Yo, so I tried to kind of progress the conversation forward with a few different men, and each time, for some reason, these men are incapable of progressing the conversation forward to deal with the root cause of the problem. So I think you're a man of intellect, you're a man of experience, you're a man with a certain level of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. So I want to try to walk through you with this conversation and see if you agree that we come to the same conclusion of the root cause of the issue. Can we do that, my brother?
Yes, sir. Let's go. Do you have a delay, Brownsville?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. He said yes. He ready to go. Can you hear us? You can't hear us? I don't think he can hear us.
Brownsville.
Can
you hear anybody?
Yo, he don't deserve to talk. That's God. Look at God right there.
I think your signal's going in and out.
That's God right there.
Yeah, it's be going in and out. Well, so why he get his microphone and his driving when he go to drive to a different spot? Go ahead, Eda Man. You want to address Reese?
Yeah, so because
hold on, now I can hear y'all. Am I good now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
we can hear you. Yeah,
we can hear you. The question is, can you hear us? Because we always can hear you.
He can't hear us because he ain't responding. Yeah, he can't hear us because he ain't responding.
We'll come back to it. So Reese,
let me leave and come back.
Yeah, so Reese, I kind of love your takes because you be cooking, but this last take that you did, I just have to disagree, right? Only men can stop the prostitution game. If you understand how pimping is designed, women gonna have to do it whether they want to or they not.
Pimping is dead.
No,
pimping is
let
not
him
dead.
finish, please, y'all.
Yeah, pimping is not dead. If women said, "Hey, we not doing pimping anymore," we will see way more gorilla pimping, right? We'll see way more men saying, "Hey, check this out. You gonna do this because you ain't about to cut off my funds just because you had some righteous walk." Like the feminist movement didn't kill pimping. Like I can take you to a street down. We can walk down the street and you'll see pimps hopping out the car, jacking women up because they ain't got their money. So this idea that women have the power to stop this is not true.
That's low street level. That's very
But
low.
no, isn't
street
S
level.
trafficking like some
Now,
of the biggest thing in the world right now? S trafficking, especially of younger women. Isn't there a whole epidemic where people are getting kidnapped and then putting it into the trade? Like, why are we pretending like these things don't exist and it's all
Let
about?
me respond to this.
Because it seems like you guys are a little outdated. Because right now, a woman can sell her sexuality.
Hold on. I got you.
So I can't speak. I can't speak.
I just told you to hold on. You act like I can't speak. So Eda Man posed a question. Genesis posed a question, right? So Eda Man said it'll be more gorilla pimping going on. DJ Jen said is people being snatched up on a day-to-day basis, and they are being so. Those are two versions of force into that lifestyle. Go ahead, Coco Loco, and then go ahead, Reese.
Okay.
And then
Right now,
continue with his conversation.
It seems like y'all stuck in the 80s or something. We're in 2025, bro. You see what we all have devices right now. This is how women are finding their new customers, or they're selling content. This is how they're finding their new customers. And the fact that there's like a paper trail that gives the woman security. Like, what you think? We're gonna go meet in the hotel? You gonna do me dirty? Like, no, they're gonna know it was you because you're connected to your VPN and all that. Like, come on, stop, man. Right now, that shit was that Superfly and all that. That was way back in the day, bruh. We live in the new times where all the girl have to do is have a Snapchat on Instagram, on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. There's women on here, people in these spaces that they sell their sexuality.
Backpage, MySpace.
that we know of. You don't gotta hit the block outside no more, and you lit, and you're gonna get that fettuccine. So
Okay.
it's up to no women are deciding to go this route. No
Okay.
one is putting a gun to their head, bro.
Okay. Perfect. I guess
Yeah, yeah,
y'all
but
don't
all right,
need.
Sharon, you too old, bro. Like you
Okay.
too
I
old.
said
You're a
okay.
little too old,
So
bro. You
no,
don't know what's going on.
I think you're a little too young. You don't understand that most of those women that have those OnlyFans, they are being ran by men. It's called digital pimping. They are still getting pimped to this day. I believe.
Nah,
Hold on. How did Andrew Tate make his money?
nah, that was all
So
false, bro.
this is why we know that y'all not being genuine, or y'all just
No,
not in tune to what's really going on in the world. Most of the women that is OnlyFans on that, they have pimps, literally.
What?
I just don't talk about it because it's just not something I want to really
No, sir.
show.
that's
But
not
Do you
in
true.
know any of them,
reality,
yo? Do you know
oh
any
my
of them?
goodness.
Yo, do you
That's
know
not
any of
true.
them?
It's not true.
I gotta
Okay.
ask.
Do you
Yeah,
know that on average? Okay, so do you are you aware of like even just the teen runaway epidemic, like kids run away from home, or like in the foster system, like that they like leave home and then within 30 minutes there is a chance that at least twice they get like approached from like a trafficker. Are you aware of that? I mean, have you been really? I mean, you're saying this doesn't exist, like so. I'm like, where have you
Uh,
been? Because
DJ Genesis, DJ Genesis. I'm explaining. 90% of children that go missing, 90 to 95% are runaways. So what runaways means is, oh, they went off with their little boyfriend, or they went off to their friend's house, or there was a disagreement or argument, or some form of abuse at home, and that's why they ran off, and then they usually come back. It's only it's a very small percentage of those cases
We
where
don't have
the
facts.
child never
Yeah, he
reappears or
doesn't.
something.
so
So
you haven't been watching like where there's actually people that are even in the high schools that have a dude that like will be like befriend a person and then get them to meet the guy and the next thing you know they're like shipped off to like Las Vegas and
Right.
they're
okay,
like
yeah, but that's a very
is that
it's
in
a,
the 80s or is that happening
it's
now?
it's an occurrence. It's something that happens in the world, but it's not an everyday occurrence. It doesn't happen
So
to you
hold
every
on. So
day, girl, every
here's the
day.
problem. I'm starting to see it now, right? So like when we are trying to build on, the subject, so y'all can understand the severity of the subject. So we giving you this. She just gave you a small part of that subject. So they got the version what she just said. Is a few people that do that, and then they got the one that Eda Man was talking, right? They got the gorilla pimps, and then they got the OnlyFans digital pimps, and what we are trying to make y'all understand that it is multiple versions of people being forced and coerced into this lifestyle. It ain't just a bunch of women just saying, hey, I want to spread my legs. I'm a hoe anyway. I might as well get paid. It is more
So
of the opposite.
yeah, so
That's
women.
all. So let Eda Man finish his
So
conversation with it as well.
Sharon Bracey, what you're telling me is that it's multifaceted. The women who
Yes.
are in that industry, we understand that. But
All
what we're
right. So then
saying,
act like
but
it.
what I'm saying is, all right, but it's a very small number. It's a very
No,
small fraction of them who are actual victims.
no, it's
That's
not.
But how many people might have you that are now like just regular old hoes, sex workers that probably started off at a young age that got picked up by a pimp and now they're just
I
old
think
hoes.
I think y'all missed it because this went over y'all head. The scenario that Reese said is that the women who wanted to voluntarily do it stopped doing it. So you remove those women from the market who voluntarily said they wanted to do it. And then I responded saying you would see more gorilla pimping because the market still would have the demand for it.
Wait a
So now
minute.
they're gonna
Describe gorilla pimping to me.
pimping by force.
That's like violence and all that, and like
Lord have mercy. By force.
I want to know how this
No,
goes.
ain't no way you need to know what by force means. It's no possible way. It's
But
not possible
you
that
if
you
you're
kidding
don't
me?
understand
behind,
what
you
by
better get
force
up out
means.
there and do this or
I
That
think
is
else.
not
Sharon was a pimp.
possible.
I think
Do they
Sharon was
lock
a
them up
pimp.
in a basement, or how does it go? How does it go? I don't know what that is.
So pimping by intimidation. How about that? Is that better? Like
Pimping
I'm
by
gonna tell you,
intimidation, right?
I'm gonna kill your parents if you don't do this. I'm gonna do this, and then the person feels that they're in danger in some type of a way. I'm gonna do this if you don't do that. There are people, there are pimps out here that do that.
Crime. Now you're talking.
I mean, yo, hold on,
hold on. We're not. Hold on, Reese. So you saying that you don't understand what either man is saying? If all the ones that want to do it stopped, do you think that all of a sudden, all the women that stop doing it, that want to do it, that the demand for men that want to have that activity is going to stop? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is,
I'm asking, please don't change. If the women that wanted that want to be involved in it, they was just to stop, are you saying the demand for men are going to stop as well?
The demand?
Yes.
Is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
I don't think there's a demand at all. It's available. And if all the women stopped tomorrow, it would be over. There would be nothing available. The women of the earth said, just
okay, perfect. So now,
the only way it would happen is either man described
hold on,
violence,
please,
kidnapping, and that's a
I
whole
need to understand this logic. Hold on, please. I barely interrupted today. Please let me understand this logic. So hold on. I really need to understand this logic. I really do. This one bothered me a little bit. I really need to understand. I'm gonna just mind this out real quick, Reese. So you are explaining to me that if drug dealers stop selling drugs,
oh, that's an analogy.
If drug dealers stop selling drugs, all of a sudden, crackheads is not going to want crack anymore.
I have no idea, man.
Huh?
No, they're still gonna want crack.
I just want to understand the logic, please. If drug dealers stop selling crack,
right,
or crackheads are going to stop wanting crack. Yes or no?
Drug dealers stop selling crack. Crackheads are not going to stop wanting crack. If crackheads stop doing crack, there will be no drug dealers. Period.
Okay, so pause.
Both sides could kill the industry in one day.
Okay, so pause because I'm trying to build.
Great similitude. Great similitude.
So again, so therefore, if the women, we apply that same logic, the women was to stop, is not going to stop the demand for sexual activities.
It won't, but it will shut down the industry.
Thank you. That's it.
But the industry will be gone. OnlyFans, whoring, everything goes away.
Now that you understand what we would, so now that hold on. So now that we understand what we're trying to say, I want you to speak in logic and not just say nonsense, please.
You're
like
right.
we speaking in logic, not in these. I don't even know what that is. When I'm confused about what's going on at this moment right now.
So Sharon, would you say Sharon is
Sharon say? Let me read the super chat because y'all are acting like I don't understand. I don't know why Reese and Coco Loco is acting like they don't understand.
Cocolo, not Coco Loco, bro. You know how to read?
The international
Coco, nigga, stop doing that gay shit.
Sorry, Coco. Hold on. The International Labor Organization, ILO, estimated in 2022 that 3.3 million children are exploited through trafficking and forced labor at any given time. It rose to 12 million.
It's a different industry.
Globally?
It's not a different industry because
they're being kidnapped. We're not talking about it.
Okay, hold on. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead, Genesis, and then go ahead, Reese, and Eat a Man. Try to clean it up for me, please. Go ahead.
I don't understand why we don't understand that. Okay, if you have a high school student and you have another high school student that convinces that girl to like meet with her little boyfriend that she met, who's older, that got her doing it, and that once they meet, then next thing you know, they get her to go off, and these things happen. Why are we pretending like this does not happen? And then you're saying that, and so these people are considered children if they're below the age of 18. So they're not talking about like 5-year-old, 7-year-old. It's more like 13, 14 age group, you know, that are like being exploited. People coming up missing and then being shipped off to different cities and put on the blade. And we let's not pretend the blade does not still. You're trying to like, that was in the 80s. The blade still exists, as far as I know, on Harry Hines last night. Okay, if you go on Harry Hines right now in Dallas, Texas, there's a blade. You go down there on 14th Street in DC, it's a blade. You go there wherever Las Vegas, blah, blah, it's a blade out there. There's blades all over the country where you have actual literal prostitution where people are driving their cars up and people are jumping in them and going around the corner and hooking people up.
Yeah, but
so
a lot of those, but a grand majority, a grand majority of those. Hold on, y'all make more money than me, right? I'm in the hood, y'all not. So a grand majority of those women. Listen, y'all all middle class, right, and all that. So the women there, they're washed up in their late 20s, 30s, 40s. They're not these young 16, nice skin with the book bag on. Like, nah, it's not the young girls. It's really the grown women that they are on the blade, like really getting the money, doing what they do. This is the point. This is the point. Stop trying to make women make it seem like women are so innocent and green and just.
Okay, that's fine.
All right,
go ahead, Eat a Man, I believe, right? It was Eat a Man go. Before you go, Eat a Man, estimates. Shout out to Conflation with MJ. Thank you so much, beautiful, bringing out the facts that they cannot even argue with. Estimates of child trafficking in the U.S. range widely from approximately 100,000 to over 300,000 victims each year. There you go.
Let me say something, because this all started off when Brownsville made his comments about men participating in OnlyFans, prostitution, strip clubs, and stuff like that, right? Y'all tried to bring in trafficking and all that, and we're talking about willing participants on both sides, those industries, OnlyFans, strip clubs, and prostitution, all willing participants. That's what we were talking about. Those other things, you can't sneak that into this to try to make your argument.
That's a good point.
This is a common thing in this area.
Yeah.
All day, every day, dog. That's why you miss the lessons and then come back and tell me I'm missing one.
Yeah.
It's insane, bro. The women could shut this down tomorrow. And the only thing left is all those hard federal crimes that Emmanuel Williams is talking about. And you with the children and stuff. Aside of that, gorilla pimping, now that I know what that is, aside of that, the women could shut all of those industries down tomorrow and they would not exist. And the men could do the same thing.
Well, so let me help you understand why I brought that up so you understand. If all the crack off the street went away, the first thing that's going to happen is they're going to look for the heroin. They're going to look for their next hit. So that's why I correlate. If they shut this down, they're gonna go and find something else, another woman that they have access to, quote unquote, the gorilla pimping. That's why
impossible. Impossible.
Okay.
You know why? Because
hold on, Reese. Let him finish. He's been waiting. Come on. Let's have that emotional control. Come on. That makes for a better show. It ain't just about us saying our words. It's also about building the show. Go ahead, Eat 'em in.
So the point that I'm telling you is an addict don't say, okay, since I can't find crack, I'm just going to stop doing crack. They say, what other drug or what other thing I can find to fix this fix? And I'm telling you, these people who are addicted to this sex industry, if you was to take it away, they will go and find something else. And what it would typically be is men forcing women to do it because it's a financial gain. That's all I'm saying.
You know what? This is what I'm going to do. Because you have real trouble understanding. I'm going to go ahead and agree. Right? This is my initial point. If you move the crime part about it, forcing and kidnapping and all of that, talking about an open sex industry with willing participants. This is insane that I got to say this twice. If all the women in the world decided tomorrow to shut it down, there would be nothing left for no gorillas or none of that. There would be nothing.
And we
left.
agree. Hold on. I want to agree with Reese, right? See, Reese, I'm agreeing with you, my brother. What you said was correct, right? But what I'm trying to educate you on and what Edelman was saying was also correct. He's saying, listen, that's why I brought up the drug analogy so you can kind of understand.
I agreed with him, and you forgot that fast.
Instance, you're saying that
I agreed with him.
Hold on, you're saying that Reese, let me finish, my brother. Just be easy for 1 second.
I'm not against either, man. Just so you know.
What you're saying is women can shut this whole thing down. And if women shut this whole thing down, the premise of your argument is there will be no room for gorilla pimp and all of those different kind of things.
Right. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
Well, that's what you said, my brother.
I said if you move that aside, right, and we're just talking about what you were talking about, the willing participants in this open industry, the open sex industry. I'm not talking about the criminal stuff that's happening underground by force and all. That's horrid shit that that's
well, let's not get lost in that. My brother,
that's the far extreme.
Yes, I'm saying I'm only talking about like the willing. The OnlyFans and strip clubs and stuff that you started talking about. The women could shut that down. The other part with gorilla pimping and trap, they couldn't shut that down.
You don't have to reiterate your point. I said I understand it, and I got you, right?
Yeah.
Let's build upon that. So you're saying, yes, women can shut it down by stopping the supply, right? That's what your argument is. Yeah. Women can shut it down by stopping the supply. Okay, let's go ahead and concede that point, right? And let's say that's what happens. Let's say women shut it down and say, you know what? We are not having sex with men anymore. We are not going into strip clubs and entertaining men anymore. We are not putting our bodies on Front Street for escort services anymore. We are not showing our bodies on OnlyFans or Instagram anymore. Let's say women decide to do what Reese is saying to do. You still got the problem that Edelman was referring to, which is the root cause of the problem. Men are still going to have, hold on, let me finish. Men are still going to have lustful desires. So what men are going to do, what men are going to do is what we see men do in real time, even on YouTube. They're going to become lovers of men, my brother. That's factual. That's what's happening, which is why you go to these panels, right? And men are giving men flowers. Men are inviting men to intimate situations. Men are, coming on to other men and all this other weirdo stuff. They're playing games together online. All this weird stuff. Coco, I know you've seen it.
Cocolo, nigga.
Act like you don't know what I'm talking
I'm not about to answer.
You know exactly what
I'm not
about,
answering to that name, nigga. I'm not no stripper, nigga.
What I'm saying is this. Coco Loco, my bad.
No, Coco Loco. Yo, listen. Hold on, real quick. Teaching
Coco
moment.
Loco, right?
No. Teaching moment. Cocolo. There you go. All right, so
Cocolo, right. So brother Cocolo, you understand what I'm saying is correct, right? If women shut it down, the lustful desires of men, they're just going to move to a more harmful, a more horrific form of lust, and they're going to go after other men. They're still going to get their desires
I don't know about that.
Right?
I don't know about that.
Crackheads, Edelman was trying to educate you. If you remove crack, right, but you still have crackheads, they're not gonna sober up.
Same.
They're gonna go find another vice.
They got the black. You got the black bag. Weed, cigarettes, liquor.
Find another way to consume their desires. And what Edelman was trying to tell y'all knuckleheads is men, even if women shut it down, men are going to find another way to consume their lustful desires. And what's going to happen is you're going to find more lovers of men. You're going to find more men being willing to be Little Nas X.
That will absolutely happen.
Being willing to do all of those different kind of crazy things that y'all see, right?
That's going to happen without that.
Hold on. Before I came to YouTube, I heard of situations where men were crying over other men, right? I heard of other situations where men was online telling another man, "Yay, man, I love you. I love you."
There ain't nothing wrong with that.
Right? No, it is something wrong with that, my brother, because if you never met this man,
If you tell your brother you love him, man, ain't nothing wrong with that.
Let me land a point. If you never met this man, right? You don't really know him from a can of paint. You only know him from online activities. How is it possible for you to love him?
Are you serious?
God.
You don't love
Are you
him.
serious?
We all got children.
You were
all God's children, right?
earlier, dog.
They say we don't love them hoes, though. We don't love them hoes.
That wasn't an invitation. That wasn't an invitation for y'all to jump in. I need y'all to have some patience and some decorum here, because you guys are getting confused with what's actually happening, what's actual factual, what's going on in the world today. Men are becoming lovers of men right before your eyes. And Coloco, you are guilty of enabling that type of conduct and behavior, because for some strange reason, Coloco, you're afraid to speak out against it, right? You're telling me I'm wrong. You see Little Nas X running around in the street and a whole bunch of men talking about Little Nas X and what he's doing, and you're saying, oh, it's not happening. It's no problem.
I said that.
You see all of this.
Hold on. Why do you keep
happening,
mentioning him?
right?
Hold on. Why do you keep mentioning Little Nas X, bro? I think you got his album in your iPhone.
Stop it.
Bro, I don't pay attention to that nonsense.
Come on.
Horrible
That's
joke.
negativity,
It's
bro.
Okay. It's okay. Bad time, man. It's okay. Bad
Yo,
time.
don't do. Hold on, Sharon. Don't do that with your hand.
Right?
Don't do that.
What I'm saying is this.
I'm sorry,
my brother.
Coco.
We gotta start having conversations. We gotta start having conversations, right? To where we're not afraid to talk and speak as men. When men get together and build, we're not down talking women. We're not saying all women are bad. We're not saying women need to do this, that, and the other. What we're saying is how we can improve and get better and put ourselves in positions to be successful, find successful relationships with a woman. We're talking about the beauty of a woman, not just externally, but internally. How to find a woman who can add value to your life. How to find a woman who's able to have long-standing commitment with you, have deep conversations with you, are compatible with your likes and dislikes, so on and so forth. We're not having these conversations the way y'all like to have these conversations, blaming women for the perils and ills of this world. Let's be men, and let's talk about how when it comes to the relationship world, men are leading by deception. They're coming on to these women and they're telling lies. They're coming on to these women with a representative, and that's what they're leading, right? Which is why Fighter Complex can change his name to Coco Loco, and now all of a sudden he's a different person, and he's leading by deception because he's not even willing to stay Fighter Complex. You don't see
but you know it's me. We all know it's me. We all know it's me.
Loco, my brother.
I'm the nappy-headed Dominican. Y'all know it's me.
That's his constitutional right.
You don't see women getting online, changing her name. Right?
No. Okay, Brownsville. You have to understand Brownsville. Hold on. Respectfully, Brownsville. You gotta let me talk. You addressing me. This is my boxing channel. I'm on my boxing channel right now. This is what,
my brother. Hold on. Listen.
I'm on my boxing channel.
My brother, right? Conversations with MJ is conversations with MJ everywhere she goes.
Correct.
She don't change. She don't switch up. She gonna give you the real deal spill because she's true to herself. She's true to who she is. She's true to what she represents, right?
Okay.
It's always the men. Reese from Philly, he used to come on the panel as Rim from Philly, right? And I didn't even know his name was Reese. I thought he was Rim, right? But then he changed his name back to Reese, right? Once again, that's another example of men constantly and consistently putting on masks, putting on representative in the attempt to deceive. And what I'm saying is we got to have these conversations with honesty. We got to have these conversations with integrity, and we need to be consistent to who we actually are. Fighter Complex. Listen, my brother, you are a person who has the ability to be successful as fighter complex. Whatever you put your mind to, you have the ability to do it, right? All you got to do is stay true to who you are. Don't be Coco Loco, be fighter complex, my brother.
All right.
That's
All
all
right.
I'm
So I
trying
gotta
to say.
respond, Brownsville. You gotta let me respond.
Go
All
ahead,
right.
my
So,
brother. You got
so
the
that's
floor.
everything you said is fantastic. That's great. So now you have to break everything down. Um, fighter complex. Fighter. We already know fighter. People know fighter boxes. We know complex. He loves to argue. This is a hood lawyer. We already know that I love to be the devil's advocate all the time, the contrarian. Fighter. I put those two together. Everyone knows I'm Dominican. Now, so Cocolo is a tribal people from Dominican Republic. That's me. Boxing is the same concept. It's just that's gonna be a cleaner page with strictly boxing content. It's still me. I'm just in a different package, bro. So don't come over here with your little Christian technology. I think you a preacher somewhere making a lot of money down in Texas, boy, in the Bible Belt. But I don't know why you come with this energy towards me. So are you saying that men have to control their penis? This is what you're telling me. Men have to control their penis. Or you telling me if I listen to Brownsville's doctrine within a year, I'll be married with the woman of my dreams. Is this what you're gonna tell me,
Yep.
Brownsville? If I listen to you
Yep.
Absolutely,
Absolutely.
absolutely. All
within
Absolutely.
a
I'm saying
year,
is, all I'm saying is,
Absolutely.
my brother, and I'm not gonna call you Coco Loco. I'm gonna call you Fighter Complex because when I was introduced to you, my brother, that's what you represented yourself to be, Fighter Complex. I don't know what this Coco Loco stuff is about. I'm just gonna leave that alone,
Coco
and we're gonna
Loco.
act like you never did it because right now we're changing and we're becoming more authentic. We're becoming more consistent, and we're not changing anymore to what we used to be. We're transforming our mind to what we supposed to be. And you're supposed to be fighter complex. That's what you represented yourself as, and that's what I'm gonna call you, my brother. Now listen, if you're willing to educate yourself on your flaws, right? I'm not saying that what I'm telling you is gonna change. What I'm saying is when you look in the mirror and you see yourself for who you are, and then you envision yourself in a relationship, and you envision yourself being with one woman, right? You go and you find that woman. Proverbs 18:22 says, he who finds a wife finds a good thing, right? But first, you have to come into the situation with honor, integrity, and honesty, right? So what I'm saying is, don't come as Coco Loco, come as Fighter Complex. Because if you come as Coco Loco, you're already creating deception.
It's
So what I'm
Cocolo.
saying is this. Now listen, if you're willing, right,
So that
to date
real quick,
with intention.
hold on,
Hold on.
Brownsville. You have to hold on, real quick, respectfully. So your modus operandi is the Bible, Christianity, because you just hold on, your brother.
Did you
You
get
just
that from
quoted.
Waterboy? You was watching Waterboy, heard that?
Sorry,
Like, why did you put those two things together in that sentence?
modus operandi.
In the Bible. Why did you put those two things together?
No, because it's that's how like how you your method like that's what drives your life.
No, okay. All right, man.
No
All right.
is
Keep
that
going. I'm sorry.
what
I should
influences?
I should I
Hold on.
shouldn't have I shouldn't have interrupted
Is
you.
that what influences your life? Is that's the method you do things through the Bible, right? Isn't that what modus operandi means? Your method, the way you do things, what influences you, right?
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted you. Keep going, sir. I
No. My
apologize.
bad. Am I wrong or
No, you're wrong. Because
okay?
here's the thing, right? The first thing you need to have is the ability to be able to find a relationship, right? That's the number one thing.
Nigga
You
went right
need to be
around what I
capable.
said. You
Hold on, fighter,
circumvented.
fighter, fighter. You need to be capable, right? That's number one. Now, some men, they're incapable, right? And if you're incapable, you're already going to approach all conversations in a toxic manner. You're always going to come on panels down in women. You're going to disrespect
I'm
women.
not
You're
down
going to
in women.
become
I
an
love
incel.
women.
Hold on, listen, hold on. You're going to become an incel.
I
right?
love women. I
And
can't be.
incels are men who have an inability to get the woman that they want, right? So therefore, they're not engaging in activities with women because they don't know how. They have an inability. They lack the capability of doing it. So that's number one. You have to have the ability, right? Number two, you have to have the motivation, right? Because the ability tells you what you can do, right? The motivation tells you what you will do, right? So if you are motivated to find a successful relationship, you're going to move a certain way, right? If you're motivated just to go and smash and dash, you're going to move a different way, right? You're going to move with deception. You're going to lead with your wallet. You're going to lead with, flattering words and all of these different kind of things in order to get what you want. But if you're motivated to find a wife, you're going to lead with your character. You're going to lead with you showing the ability to be loyal. You're going to lead with your intelligence in terms of how your worldview, finding common interests, what you do on an everyday basis, right? You're going to lead a certain way. That's your motivation. So you have to have the ability. You have to have the motivation, right? And then the third thing is the attitude, right? The attitude is determining how successful you're going to be in a situation, right? So even if you are capable, even if you are motivated, if you don't approach a woman with the correct attitude, you're going to leave with your tail tucked between your legs. You're going to leave with a bad perspective. And then you're going to be like DJ Witch Doctor, Izzy Bands, and all of these other dudes who come on panels and they constantly are talking about the negative women of this world. Oh, man, the women are so bad. They're so promiscuous. They unloyal you. They this, they that, because that's their experience, right? And it warped their attitude into thinking that there's not a woman out there that's for them, right? So you got to have the right attitude. So it's ability. Number one, the motivation. Number two. Number three is the attitude, right? And then number four, and I think it's the most important part, you got to have the discipline, because the discipline is going to determine your ability to be consistent. See, women, they want a man who is consistently who they are, right? If your word is supposed to be your bond. If you say you're gonna do something, they expect it done, right? If you say you like a certain thing, they don't expect that to change. They want you to be consistent. They want you to follow through. If you have all four of those things, my brother, fighter complex, I'm willing to guarantee you're going to find a woman that's for you, and then you'll be able to come on the shows. You'll have your wife, and you'll be like, hey, Sharon, I have the ability. I have the motivation.
Brownsville.
I had the right attitude, and I had the discipline. And guess what? I led with my character. I removed lust and degeneracy from the top of my value system. And now I found my partner for life.
You got all them problems, fighter.
So hold on. Brownsville.
Two things I want to say.
Let me say. He said a lot. Hold on.
But no,
Hold on, Coco. Hold on, Coco. Hold on.
But
Go
why
ahead,
can I speak?
You will be able to. You're a first class citizen. Don't worry about it.
Hold on. I'm
first
quick.
class citizen.
I'm very concise.
Walking around in a beautiful world. You got to hold on.
Bro,
Go ahead,
I'm
Genesis.
concise,
She's
bro.
She's gonna be quick. Go ahead, Genesis.
So, you know what? Let him say what he's gonna say, because I know he probably got ADHD. Gonna forget what he's gonna say. Go ahead and say it.
Yeah, I was gonna forget because I get bored with this conversation.
Well, that's ADHD.
Because I get bored with this conversation because I'm not I have no complaints with women. I know that many opportunities that I have to have longevity, a long, great relationship with a woman. I know I've squandered them because I like to sleep around. So I already know that I'm not. That's not my problem. I come up here to have these conversations to let you guys know women aren't as innocent as you guys paint them to be. That's my
No,
whole
we're not
point. This
saying women to be innocent.
this is
Hold
why I
on,
come
hold
here.
on, hold on,
This is
hold
why I
on. Let
come
me
here.
hold on, hold on, hold
This
on,
is why I
Coco.
come
It's been
here.
Hold
all
on.
about blaming the women this entire time. Every man that's come up here has blamed women, said they were promiscuous. No matter how much you
No,
show that men are doing this and
no.
men are doing
I'm
that,
gonna be real. I
y'all
know
Hold
I
on,
ain't
stop.
hold
shit.
on,
I
hold on,
know I
hold
ain't
on,
shit.
Coco. Hold on. So you telling me and you telling us that everybody that you disagree with our premise that men need to change and men need to stop being promiscuous and stop lying to women and putting a dick in everything that they could possibly can, and then you come up here and say the reason why you don't have a girl is because you trick all the women that you deal with by putting your dick in them. Yo,
I'm
Reese, this is
I'm part
insanity.
I'm part of the problem. I'm part of the problem.
At least he's you gotta
Yo,
give him
Reese,
credit
hold
for
on,
that.
Reese.
You gotta
Hold
give him
on,
credit
Reese.
for that.
Yo, Reese. He literally just proved our point that it is a man out there doing this thing and he is tricking these women. And that's why he keep losing women because he cannot keep his peen in his pants. So therefore the women are not promiscuous. It's the men. In real time, this just happened.
And y'all probably can't see my little diagram I made of showing. Okay, if there's one man, because women are hypergamous, right? So
Coco.
Kokolo boxing, right? Would you say that you are a ladies' man? A lot of women like to like you and stuff like that. You don't have no problem getting women. Would you
The
like?
the
Would you say that? Okay.
the ones that I like
On a
me back.
regular, so I would say like probably in your little Rolodex, you say about maybe 5, 6
I'm about
women.
to go get my Jens. I'm about to go get my guitar. Dum, 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 Coco
Yeah,
Loco.
are you rotating at least about 5, 6 different probably women? You probably go don't incriminate yourself. But I would say that okay, you're a boxer. If you're a winner at boxing, you probably have a Rolodex. You probably got women like on rotation. And so what happens is like as you can see right here. So you have one man, and then you have 50 different women, right? That are all dating this one man. And everybody tried to say these women are just so promiscuous and they're the problem because this one man is doing it to all these 50 different women. They're the ones that are promiscuous, but they're like not even giving this guy nothing. They're saying no, he's cool, but all these women are the one that's the problem. And I disagree with that. Bottom line is you have one dude. See this 50-1, right? So this one dude, this one guy is just giving to all these different women. And then if they get pregnant, now you got 50 different kids each time. You know what I'm saying? Oh well, this one guy got 78 different women pregnant. That means he lied to 78 different women.
Bar.
And they all bought it. Sorry,
Right.
women, y'all bought it. Stop being stupid.
This is the
Y'all
issue.
bought
This is
it.
the issue. That's
And then
not the dating pool.
here's another thing.
You
That's
are
not the dating
literally
pool.
you are literally that guy.
Here is
No,
the
I'm not.
thing.
Coco.
Why is it?
Stop.
This is another issue I have. Is why is it that most of the panels that be talking the worst about women are married men? That's another issue I got because it'd be like married men be the main ones on these panels about how y'all but they married as F, been married 15 years, but jump on panels talking bad about women. That's number two. And then here's the thing: the subject of the conversation is if a woman is what's the difference between a woman that is single, a single mother, versus a mother that is single. So
Oh,
a woman that's
same shit.
raising her kids mostly
Same
on her
shit.
own is a single mother. Say a person that is 50-50 custody but currently not dating anyone is a mother who is single. So a single mother is a person that's sitting up here doing everything. The guy's not in the life. He don't care about the kids. She is a single mother. But if the man is in her life, she's a mother who just happens to be single. So I just wanted to break that down.
All right, DJ. DJ,
All
let me
right,
break it down for you.
we're gonna do that tomorrow. God damn it, shit. Good job, Genesis. That was an awesome whiteboard. I appreciate you, Genesis. Shout out to everybody on your side of the town that's showing you love. Make sure y'all hit the like for Genesis. hit her with some super chats, hit her with some cash apps. I believe it's right there at the bottom of her screen. Shout out to DJ Genesis. She's holding down. She was patient and she was able to get a full thought out. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. That was awesome, homegirl. Shout out to Reach from Philly. He was really being as genuine as he can be today. I really appreciate that. Shout out to his new nickname, Coco. Shout out to Coco. That was so awesome. I like his new name. Dum, 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 dum. Coco Loco. Browser, you got any final words?
Yo, man, I just want to wish everybody have a good weekend. You know what I'm saying? Go out there and, live life to the fullest. You know what I'm saying? Approach your life with optimism. When I woke up this morning, sounds of blackness just came into my spirit. Like, man, you need to hear some sounds of blackness. I put on the sounds of blackness to be more optimistic, and I had a great day, man, because it's important for us to speak over our own lives each and every day with power, with optimism. You know what I'm saying? Because if you approach life like that, I'm willing to guarantee you're going to have more good days than you have bad days. I'm not saying you're never going to have a bad day, but I'm saying the majority of your days are going to be good, right? Because everything is not as bad as you think it is or perceive it is. You know what I'm saying? So find the goodness in your life. Cling on to the goodness in your life. Lean on your family. Love and support your family. And listen, man, let's have honest conversations again, right? Let's build on these conversations with integrity, right? Let's not approach these conversations with deception, gaslight, and, trying to just, play devil's advocate. Be authentically yourself. If you came on this platform a certain way, stay consistent with that. Because the reason why you're not finding success is because your discipline has gone to the wayside. Remember, that's the fourth element: ability, motivation, right? Gotta have that discipline. Number 4, attitude was number 3. You gotta have that discipline, though, because that discipline is going to determine your consistency, right? And there's not a woman in this world who is attracted to an inconsistent man. I'm gonna repeat that. There's not a woman in this world who's attracted to an inconsistent man. Women expect us to be consistent. Women expect us to be loyal. Women expect us to be honest, right? If you could give a woman those 3 things, she'll do whatever, you know what I'm saying, to keep the relationship going, man. That's just what it is. Let's stop blaming women. Let's look into the mirror and fix our own flaws, and I'm willing to guarantee you success, man. I enjoy building with you, cuzzo. We got to do this more often going forward. I wish you nothing but success. You know what I'm saying? It sounds like you back, you know what I'm saying? And you getting the love and support you deserve, because you bring in a sense of originality, a sense of authenticity. You're being vulnerable. You're being consistently who you are, while everybody else is changing and they're trying to find new ways to reinvent. All you're doing is just sharing your life and your perspective and your experiences that you actually went through, and you're sharing with the world. The world appreciates authenticity, right? They don't appreciate people who want to get on the platform and just gaslight, or get on the platform and just massage the ego of weak-minded men, right? Because that's what's happening. That's what these brothers attempt to do. They get on online platforms and they massage the egos of weak-minded men. They massage the egos of these rim brothers, these no-good suckers, these bozo clowns. And what we need to do is build with the youth who are willing to put positivity forward, willing to approach their life with optimism, with courage, and they're willing to take risks, because you got to be able to take risks, you know what I'm saying, in order to get the reward that you're looking for. So listen, man, peace and love, man. It was a pleasure, and we got to build again, man.
Absolutely. Shout out to E, the man, Williams. He says medulla oblongata. It controls your breathing, your heart rate, your blood pressure, as well as reflexes like swallowing, coughing, vomiting. By the way, Coco. And Coco, I just got one last thing to say to you. And the last thing I gotta say to you is this.
Don't get mad at me, nigga. I'm here telling the truth. If somebody else should have told you this.